infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question. Yeah. So when light does reflect of materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which
really that's how we try to imagine it at atomic level, but in reality what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, when you shine light on a wall, every light beam wave that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles, all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam, like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, you see the laser, a straight line, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true. And I can give you...
It will be diffused.
Yes, that's the word.
Yeah, it's not a beam anymore.
All right, bro. But just because I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking the most important question, I wanted you to realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We got the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal. Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that. I did.
And, you know, even on the globe, the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah. On the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know the truth.
This means, go ahead.
Well, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that lecture. Okay,
you agree that geometry is how you measure shapes?
Yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size. You're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the light. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
The Black Swan.
What about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I've not yet come across them in no. Linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler, yeah. We use in mechatronics, yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely, yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands controlled.
Continue.
Yeah, so there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip, yeah, and on these band strips you have very, very thin lines, yeah, just like on a ruler. You have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know, and at equal distance. But these band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh yeah. That's a very, very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know, and this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I am 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very very small amount, very small.
Yeah, 65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness. We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now,
yes.
Now, this is not really a problem for us, which, I mean, we can build flat surfaces, because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they have they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine, when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, yeah, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations, correct?
Yes, but this is a small but.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
We have included, like in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location of the machine, yeah, we align this machine, yeah, with the down vector to be perpendicular, yeah, and it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place two plumb tools, yeah, plumb lines. they hang them from the ceiling, yeah,
Right.
with a very thin wire, yeah, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, yeah, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, yeah. So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found not they didn't found they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools, they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes. So yeah.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, do you first let's can I ask what is the precision of those? Yeah. So you could measure any the difference that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, yeah, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer, you know.
Yes, because the thing
Those
is
65 nanometers, you split them by 2, yeah, divide them by 2, yeah, 32.5, yeah, and that is how much that machine will travel further or lesser, 65 nanometers, which if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, yeah, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
sorry. How
You
many
can measure it very, very precisely.
Yes. Yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So.
Well, so just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within
Yes.
that precision. Yes. And to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume you have something like that, right?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry. You mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check.
Yeah, the plumb tools. Plumb tools, yes.
Yeah. And then you compare your, I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see if it's still pointing down perfectly. Right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, you know, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, yeah, on a flat surface, yeah, it's not curved. Yeah.
So say you do not measure
at the end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat. Yeah. At the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined. So the machine will feel like it will be tilted, you know, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore. Because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on the surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, yeah, you can actually choose, let's say we build a flat circle, like a disc, yeah? So we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle. And we choose that downward vector, which is perpendicular with that surface, will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move...
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before I got on the train, you know, we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, like, you know, what laser was used, or like what is that what's going on?
No. I was telling him about...
Talking about.
Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change the subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift, or am I wrong? And are you like, how did it get here? Because
no, I didn't say you were wrong.
I heard you talking about it in Midtown, right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because, you know, let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train? And you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non-existing curvature, and divergent downwards vectors, which are
so he's
has
seen
to
a
be
measurement?
Present on the ball.
So
yeah, I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel, yeah, in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this will be impossible on a sphere, with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
that will be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
Yes, that's a very good question, a very good example. something that can well say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, that's a very good question. A very good model.
Yeah, it's either is there a variation in what would be the proper word? Is there like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a change.
No, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in that building,
I mean the elevation
bubble will point. Yeah.
I mean the elevation is in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any point of the globe. So it's like, for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a curving surface. That's not possible. It's not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or not it's the sphere or not.
But the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
Yes.
So there's not much. So the thing is,
there is zero curvature.
Yes, on that plane there will be zero change in elevation. I'm saying very well flat. And you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that the two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
Yes.
Now, this is the $1 million question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
you mentioned that you have
we can measure. You see, when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you the distance when you travel 100 meters. Yeah.
Yes.
And it tells you went in a straight line or curved line.
Yes. And so the way to a very simple experiment, let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference, how different the angle between those two plumb should be, assuming assuming that those two point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain or a lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right. Perfectly.
Yeah. This is the problem. Yeah.
Did you can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it.
This one, I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them. And I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that. I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
Small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Let's say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected factor number.
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5. And to be honest, I didn't save this website, which now I'm pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if they, let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the globe Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them, does the machine account for this and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used plumb tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Yeah, and what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's a huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well, that seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of the numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, I just noticed he had a mushroom cloud as his profile picture, his PFP. I don't know if I'm coming through on audio. I think he's trying to be an atomic physicist, is where he's eventually going to go. So how many times has anybody gotten this question? It's a dismissal of flat Earth because we don't have a model. They seem to think we need a model when their own model is flawed on every level. How do they know what is at the core? They've never been there. As far as I know, they have like this dynamo filled with sodium, and they say this is what causes the electromagnetism on Earth. I thought the core was iron that was solid, not sodium. No, I was saying Brenda is a troll. I think it's one of these things to where she has tried so hard to convince flat earthers of the globe that everything that comes out of her mouth is asinine. I think she had said something like, depending on the positioning of the tripod, the plumb bob will be different, thus giving different vectors of gravity or some shit. That's the only thing I can think of. And that was before my time. I've never met her. I've never been to Gym Pandas or nothing. No, I think she was trying to explain the force of gravity and coined the term Brenda force. I'm not sure. Ask the citation police. He's the one that brought it up. Hey Yoda, how you doing? I see you got VC verification.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, bro?
Not much. So how's your day going?
No, it's pretty alright. I just got back from bowling.
Nice. Did you score high?
I scored like 100 flat, and then I got like 80. So like, not that high, but decent if you don't go often.
Yeah. Shoot, I think I would probably bowl an 80 right now. It's been years. But interesting thing about that bowling alley, right? You have a ball and pins, and you have a flat board that's kind of crowned in the middle, right?
Right.
Now, if it was flat, people would be getting strikes too often, so they have to arc it.
Mm-hmm.
But lawn bowling, you know, you're going on just the dirt itself. So unless you level it, you know, anyway. So what do you think about the shape of the Earth? Do you think the Earth has a shape?
Oh, I think the Earth is flat.
All right. Well, so no shape attributed to flatness, right?
Right.
Right. Because it's a surface feature.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean smooth.
No, definitely not.
All right, on. I just saw you in here the other day and you didn't say anything, I think, yesterday. So I figured I'd talk to you and give you a chance to speak up and introduce yourself.
Wait, who's talking right now? Is it Joshua?
Yes, Joshua.
All right, just wondering. Yeah, so like, it's kind of like just my opinions on like, or kind of just like some thoughts I have. I feel like for all like the round earthers in here, like, I mean, like we're kind of like all like indoctrinated at like a young age to like believe like the objective fact or like ideology that the earth is round, right? And because we're taught it as like an objective truth, it's kind of like just like, oh, like the sea is blue, right? Because it's like such an objective truth, it kind of changes the question from the earth is round, what does this prove, instead of what proves the earth is round, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like that's why there's so many like discrepancies amongst like once you feel like further your research, right? Because under like a false pretense or false narrative.
Right. That's pretty much what it is. There's a myth in the land and everybody accepts it for truth, just like back in the days of ancient Rome and all these other civilizations. The religion of the land is not necessarily the faith, you know? It's not necessarily what individuals believe, but it is what the hierarchy believes and puts forward as a method of control.
Right. And I completely agree. I saw like somewhere in this like Discord there was like a red pill like channel or something. And I feel like that analogy is like really applicable just because like kind of like we're all like brought up as blue pills, right? And like through like becoming an independent thinker, right? Like kind of like challenging the beliefs of like their authorities, we become red pilled, right? And you can't force someone to take the red pill. Like you can't tell someone like, yo, the earth is flat, bro, and then list like, you know, like some like counter arguments or like arguments to support that, right? You can't like overturn like 12, 15, how many of your years of like indoctrination, right? They have to like be willing to do it and do their own like research.
Exactly. And the older people get, the worse it is, right? Because they've been going under this presupposition for many years.
Right. Completely agree.
It's almost like they can't think outside of the box and entertain an idea just to see where it leads, right?
Right. And I don't think like believing that the earth is round is like inherently of itself like dangerous, but I think that what it represents is, which is pretty much like not like questioning like what you're told or like these like so-called like objective truths, right? It's like, I mean, like some people like equate to like being like a sheep or a follower, and that in of itself is dangerous, right? Because like I don't want to be that guy who like makes the comparison to like Nazi Germany, but that's essentially what it is, right? Like you're like brought up on the like it can be like super dangerous under the wrong like pretense, right?
Yeah. In fact, the weird thing is, you know, like what was the one thing that really convinced you, right? Like, because with me, it was using water levels and leveling the foundation of a house and not understanding how that process is. But yet the guy that I was working with, the foreman, he knew exactly how it worked. And he didn't want to tell me what he knew, right? He just kept saying, yeah, it's a thing. That's how it works. We don't know. You know?
Right.
Until like I kept asking him, I go, but wait a minute. You know, because I'm sitting here swimming in the river and I see, you know, the water's pretty flat when I have my nose in the water, right? To where my eyes are just barely above the water. There's a dead calm and I see birds like skimming over the surface of it. Without like, you know, breaking their necks because they're skipping water off their beaks, you know? I mean, so that right there, I'm just like, oh, does that mean the world is flat? He says, maybe. So it's just one of those things to where I think he's had experience in it, and he just doesn't want to come forward as a flat earther because, well, he's a construction worker. He's just going to do what he has to make sure the structures are built and squared,
Right.
So that he doesn't have to come back and fix it.
And it's hard to like publicly say like you're a flat earther, right? Because it's like so stigmatized.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. So like what like kind of started me to like dig a little deeper is so I was arguing this like there's this kid in my like freshman year of high school, and he was saying like he was essentially a flat earther, right? And I had an argument with him, but like most of the people who like are brought up on like the objective truth that Earth is round, like the moment you get in an argument, you realize like, oh fuck, like why is the Earth round? Like I don't know, like. And so that is what like kind of incentivized me to dig deeper, and like I found like discrepancies like fish lenses, like what causes like the curvature of like photos and shit, and like all this like information.
Yeah, I have a fisheye lens and I play with it all the time. It's pretty
Right.
It comes in handy when you're in a mine in a low light environment and you have basically a flashlight as a point of light. With the fisheye lens, you're able to catch more of like the walls and the ground and all that than normally, because it's point of aim instead of bringing in a wider field and coalescing it onto a single chip. Yeah. But I urge everyone to try to purchase one of these cheap, I think $17 is how much this one was, and it came with a macro lens and a wide angle lens, and it just clips onto your cell phone.
Wait, hold on. I have to go real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. But I'm just saying the reason for the fisheye lens is so we can debunk the curvature of the Earth, even at ground level, say 4 foot. You can see the curvature of the Earth if you have the phone positioned in the way that the ISS would have their camera positioned, Doesn't mean that it's there. It just means that the optic is bending the image.
That is correct, Joshua. That guy doesn't sound like Yoda, though. I'm disappointed.
Right. I'm just trying to fill the dead air, guys. So if anybody has anything else to talk about.
Earth, it is flat. The hell Yoda says it, I don't know. How would you have to say that?
Flat the Earth is. Mm-hmm.
Flat the Earth is, yes. There you
go. Bending it is not. It is your mind that is bending. Oh, man.
What you have learned, unlearn you must.
You must learn to trust the force of gravity. No, that's the dark side. Sorry. Yeah, George Lucas certainly did a lot to create the modern mythos. Or George Lucas. My bad. What did I say?
It started in the 60s on TV. They got us lost in space, and he got us completely lost in space then, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And they got everybody rooting for the terrorists without even realizing it. I mean, it's a neat story, but that's all it is. It's a fantasy story. It's like I was watching, I was looking on my Kodi for like new TV shows, and it's all Star Wars, right? And I guess the newest one is the Chronicles of Boba Fett. First, episode has him crawling out of that worm that he got eaten in, whatever fucking one that was, where Han Solo like knocked him into the pit. Empire Strikes Back or some shit. I can't remember. And I'm just like, yeah, right. He would have been digested.
I've seen all those movies. I can't remember who Boba Fett is, though.
The bounty hunter.
Okay, yeah.
The one with the helmet.
He was like Han Solo's rival.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was always trying to get that bounty on him. As a cowboy. Space cowboy. Oh, yeah, that's another one. Cowboy Bebop, you know? Capturing the minds of youth through flashy graphics, cartoons, fun sounds, and jingles. It's like that Mobile. Now, see, when I was growing up, we had He-Man and Masters of the Universe and stuff like that.
I think the next big space movie is Tom Cruise. I don't know the name of it. It's supposed to be coming out this summer, I think.
He-Man?
Space movie.
Isn't that what it's called, the space movie?
I don't know. I haven't heard the title. I just heard he was going to be in one.
Yeah, how much you want to bet they're going to drop that film on Earth Day or the day after Earth Day, the so-called Flat Earth Day? Because the second level film is dropping.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if they have it ready already in the can and everything. But it might still be shooting. I don't know. So
Don't people realize?
Sorry, be right back. But go ahead.
Well, don't people realize that Tom Cruise is a Scientologist who believes in an alien god? Come on. You can't make this up.
I recently found out one of the doctors or chiropractors I've been following for years was a Scientologist. And I'm like,
Really?
man, I'll post the channel. So his son came out and said that this is this guy, and I'm sure you all know him, and I'm his son, and he's a Scientologist, and the reason I know that is because I'm his son. And then it's like, okay, that doesn't negate like all the other helpful shit he's putting on the internet, but you know, I still respect his right to say it, you know.
Yeah.
So don't tell me, Hank, you let a Scientologist crack your back. You didn't do that, did you?
No, it's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber.
Oh, okay.
I'll post it.
I thought you meant like a personal chiropractor. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's some dude on the internet, and you know the stuff that he's talking about. Like I'll look into it and check it out. Makes sense. Not the Scientology part. He doesn't talk about Scientology on his channel. He only talks about the medical stuff. Just to be clear.
I thought we lost you to Scientology there for a second, Hank. Thank God.
Well, we'll post this. You guys can start analyzing yourself and everybody else.
Yeah, too bad vitamin C does nothing without magnesium copper. It's like a synergy. It works better with those. And I think it actually, too much vitamin C can deplete copper levels. So that's why I just drink orange juice.
Yeah, I've heard of people taking thousands and thousands of milligrams of vitamin C just for no reason, trying to boost their immune system and stuff like that.
But it actually does damage.
Right. Any idea what the
It's an acid.
No, the copper. You were talking about copper.
That's so cool.
Yeah, the copper.
When you deplete copper, any idea what you would notice?
You would not necessarily. I don't know what you would notice, but I know that you need copper in order for the uptake. Like the copper actually gets consumed in the uptake of vitamin C, and I think in the liver it requires magnesium to metabolize.
So it's more like a kind of a requirement of absorption or something like that.
Yeah, usually people don't have a problem with that because they eat salads and stuff. Green leafy vegetables, organ meats, we don't really eat too much anymore, but that's full of copper. Chocolate's good for you too. It's full of copper and magnesium. Dark chocolate, not milk chocolate.
Yeah.
Cacao.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's people that get a bit of a high on cacao in whatever form, more raw of a form.
Oh yeah, the raw cacao nibs. They're purple inside before they're roasted. I got a buddy who frequents Mexico. He's got a hacienda down there. And he decided to start growing cacao. So he's got like 6 different varieties of cacao. And they all have different properties. One, like they're all full of antioxidants. So he's just natural path type thing.
I don't think I've ever seen even the plants. Let me look that up. Oh, wow. These are colorful and large. Interesting.
The other guy's got one video on there how vitamin D affects every organ and every tissue.
Vitamin D?
Yeah, that's one of his videos, the Scientologist guy, but I guess now that I know he's a Scientologist, I'll have to watch him a little closer.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is it possible to be a flat earther and a Scientologist at the same time?
I don't think so.
Everyone's a flat earther.
I don't think so because it's a space religion, right? Just like the globe religion.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
Sasha, you're not a globalist, right? How much longer you got? You got another week?
You know, it's crazy. The globe, the space religion, is like the globe. It's really a space religion because they never talk about the dimensions of the geometric shape that they're claiming it to be. They talk about all this space stuff that wouldn't work if it wasn't a sphere. Well, duh.
And you have to be an expert to talk about it. So you're even what's that word? Shoot. What do you when you withhold information on purpose?
A liar.
Gatekeeper. Liar.
A gatekeeper, a liar. Right, because there's 3 ways to lie, right? Lie is the outright lie. So you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the 3 lies. The lie by omission, the lie by addition, and the outright lie. And of course, I guess you have to have intent behind it for it to be a lie. If they don't know or they haven't put it together, like, oh, that's why they're passing these draconian laws so that they can make money. Like, you have to realize that what they're doing and then hold the information. Trying to make the monies. Gotta get more monies.
You saying people would lie for money, Hank? Oh, come on, man.
I know, what a whopper of a conspiracy theory, huh?
Were you guys all exposed to the clothes? Maybe it's not the. I think it's just clothes make the man. It's some kind of short story. Does that ring a bell for anybody? The clothes make the man.
I remember that as a George Michael song, but go ahead.
I think it was maybe 10th grade, high school. And it's basically just like a story about a. What's it? What were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say that what if we interpreted that saying wrongly? But that's not really nobody really. I don't think I read that book. No.
Pretty much just came down to whether or not what you wear changes your behavior and attitude, I guess.
I think it's a little bit of that and
especially uniforms.
A little
right?
bit of
leave that out. Uniforms.
Expectations. Yeah, so I think it's the expectations of others that really shape, I guess, how you act when you're wearing certain things.
That makes sense.
I guess after you're successful a few times, it becomes your. Well, okay, maybe I said that backwards because I'm kind of making it up as I go. But you guys tell me if it sounds like something or nothing. So you kind of build an expectation after you've worn the right thing a few times, and people treat you a certain way. And there is like me being a Gemini. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but typically, like the way I dress and the way I dress, it really does change how it's almost like it changes my personality in a sense.
I'm sure a lot of you guys will be able to fill me in, actually, but for some reason it's like one of those synchronicities. Like, it's just one of these phrases that keep popping up, but I've been hearing about the king's new clothing a lot. Where does that actually, is that biblical? The king's new clothing? And where does that come from? What's the verse that's about?
I don't know.
I don't think it's
You're
biblical.
not talking about
the king has no clothes. It's something else. Emperor has no clothes.
I don't know. Whatever it is, I keep hearing the king's new clothing. It keeps on popping up in different fucking places that are unrelated. I'm just like catching on to this pattern. I'm like, what is this about the king's clothing? And you were just talking about like, new clothing.
So it goes. I'm sorry, you're asking him. I apologize.
Oh no, I'm just saying, yeah, like the new clothing was being talked about. Yeah, like
the emperor has no clothes. You never heard that before. So
no, I've heard a little bit of. I think I just don't remember the story. You know, like I think I've heard it before, but.
Okay, so the emperor, he had so much power that his people would just kind of go along with whatever he did.
What he's doing is he's misinterpreting the idea of clean food from non-clean food, and he's misequivocating the context of what that actually is. So
what's going on here?
It's like effectively. 1 second, I'm nearly finished. It's like, so by him doing that, he's just not realizing what he's doing. So one equals.
Did you switch rooms, Crack? Dave, sorry. Hank was in the middle of saying something, and then
why am I
you
even
started
in here?
talking about it.
Why am I?
That's a good
That's
fucking
what I'm
question,
saying.
bro.
That's what I'm saying. Discord is like changing channels. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Sorry, guys. I was in chill text in the middle of a conversation. Sorry.
Somebody moved you.
No,
Yeah, I'm about to
because I was thinking.
Yeah. It was Battle Mod. Battle Mod moved me here.
Somebody moved you mid-sentence. What happened to you?
Battle Mod moved me here. Moved one.
You go back to BattleBot and you start bitching in his ear about this.
No. Can't bother.
He said
no.
Go. Stay here, hang with us, man.
Why am I even
It's
here?
much more chill.
That's great.
Sorry, guys.
Anyway, I was about to get an explanation about the king's clothing and all that. Like, what was this story again?
So the short of it, he went to, his kingdom. He went to his people and convinced them that he was wearing the most beautiful clothing, right? And everybody was going along with it because they didn't want to get their head chopped off until finally he goes outside in public and everybody was like, oh, his clothes are beautiful. And a child says, the emperor has no clothes. And everybody, at that moment realized that he had
He's
no
transparent.
clothes.
He's transparent. We can all see. He doesn't know that we can all see. Like that's kind of the moral of the story. Like, all right, so why does this keep popping up in different unrelated places? Is what I need to connect those dots, right? Like it's just it keeps popping up. I've heard it a couple times in music.
It's a popular. Yeah, it's a popular term. It's been used frequently throughout my life. So I don't think there's anything weird. Maybe you're just now paying attention to.
Well, no. I understand. It's just it's me picking up on it. But like, is that? I'm just saying, like, I've noticed plenty of synchronicities before in life, and it's not that it was new. It's just that it was relevant at the time, and that's what kind of like when you're reading the Bible and you're like, you're feeling a certain way. You read a certain verse, and you're like, wow, this verse really freaking hits right now, But like, you might come at it with a different attitude, and you read it a different way. And I kind of feel like life kind of throws these things at you that way too, like these common sayings and shit like that go around. Like if they keep popping up, like it's like there's some message that they're trying to send to you, like, hey, you need to understand this whole king's clothing thing.
Could be. That's what the globe is. It's like the kid comes out and says, "But Dad, Mom, Professor, Pastor, the horizon is flat."
Well, often when I keep hearing often what I've noticed with the king's new clothing, where I've been picking up on it more, it has to do with like this change in social structure, basically. Like, we almost like we have a new king. Like the new clothing of the king. The king didn't really change, but like we're moving into this total technocratic world. And this is their new clothing, and you can see right through it. But that's where we're fucking moving. They've driven societies all around the world, like every country, through religion for as long as we know. They're moving. And you guys know about like the whole idea of one world religion and all that shit for the New World Order and all that stuff. So, I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of like what it's talking about is the king's new clothing, the New World Order, basically. That's the way I've been seeing it recently. Anyway.
So, would you say, like, the globe in space is the king's clothing or part of it?
The Emperor's
Yeah,
clothes.
yeah. That's definitely part of it. I'm almost thinking of the clothing like a giant robe, like a veil over all of the people who he rules over.
It's like part of the grand illusion, right?
So, if you think about, like, if I were to go out publicly and I was famous and I were to announce that, hey, wasn't it NASA that gave us the weapons of mass destruction? And didn't all those children die because of their actions? Like, that would be me, the little kid, calling out, the Emperor has no clothes. Or, if we think about how I started, like, attacking, like, gravity and their idea of space time.
Every time we attack their legs, every time the footing that they stand on, when we attack their basis of all of their pseudosciences that they have up above, and we say, "Oh, hold on, you can't move one step more forward." We say, "Like, hold on, I see through this bullshit. Give me empirical evidence. Show me." Like, that's kind of seeing through the king's clothing. That's I don't know.
So then I started attacking space time and dark matter, right? Because that's the Emperor's new clothes, the dark matter was, because it fixed it was a patch for the gravity thing. Just to make people go, dark matter? Well, I don't know what that is. Well, it doesn't interact with light. Okay, well, that's the new fabric of the universe, right? It doesn't interact with light. It's the Emperor's new clothes.
Well, then, so my question was, then, where does that story come from? Because you said it wasn't biblical. Where does that story come from?
Oh, I forgot. It's probably philosophy, 1500s Europe, I think.
I want to know who said it and when.
Yeah, I'm probably wrong. I don't remember.
I'm sure I could look it up. I'm not asking you to go do that for me, but if anybody knew.
I vaguely remember. I think Hank's generally right.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Low, Sonny.
1953. A folk tale written by Danish author Hans Christian Andersen about a vain emperor gets exposed before his subject. The tale has been translated in over 100 languages. Here we go. It was first published with The Little Mermaid in Copenhagen by C.A. Reitzel on 7 April 1837. And as the third and final installment of Andersen's fairy tales told for children, the tale has been adapted to various media. And
Oh man, do we have to look into this? Do we have to look in the Little Mermaid for more clues? Like,
the phrase "the emperor has no clothes" and variations thereof have been adopted for use in numerous other works and as an idiom. From Wikipedia.
So what year was it written down?
It was published in 1837. Here's the wait a minute. Here's the link. Sorry about that.
So it's floating around before
that. I just closed it. Yeah. Here we go. That's probably a deep rabbit hole to go investigate. Oh my gosh. All right. Here's the link. I just looked up the Wikipedia. I didn't actually know either. I thought it was a fable though. You know how you have Aesop's fables and things like that. I thought it was one of those.
Probably was, it just got written down and published in the 1800s, but like I said, it was floating around before that.
Let's see, what else did he do? Andersen fairy tales. He made 156 stories across 9 volumes and translated into more than 125 languages, culturally embedded in the West collective consciousness.
You know, like why do stories like that take off? Especially considering what it took to spread a book or a scroll or whatever it was. Going back in history, you know, but before we had railroads, you know, what it took.
Yeah, here's what else he wrote. So he wrote, the famous fairy tales include Emperor's New Clothes, The Little Mermaid, The Nightingale, The Steadfast Tin Soldier, The Red Shoes, The Princess and the Pea, The Snow Queen, and The Ugly Duckling, The Little Match Girl, and Thumbelina. So I bet there's some things to be gleaned from those stories. I don't know. Just saying. Could be.
The ugly duckling turns into a swan.
What if the Little Mermaid was topless?
What if?
Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. That's pretty cool. Hold on. When I look at this, here's this other story. It goes, first installment of 61.
Is Sonny just low for me, or is it everybody else?
No, he's been super quiet all day long.
I'm still quiet. I'm probably not close enough.
Yeah.
How's that?
That's better.
There you go. You're good now. Now
I
go
have to
ahead.
turn it up then. Okay. It's probably just too far away. It's a cardioid mic, so I probably need to be in line with it. There, how's that? It's in the blue here. Better check it in Discord.
Loud and clear, Sonny. Continue.
Okay, so here we go. So, look, if you go in this article with Hans Christian Andersen, here's a couple different things. The Tinderbox was one of the stories from May 8th, 1835 of the series. So the Tinderbox is a literary fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen about a soldier who acquires a magic tinderbox capable of summoning 3 powerful dogs to do his bidding. When the soldier has one of the dogs transport a sleeping princess to his room, he is sentenced, and you'll have to read the rest. So little blips about Little Claus and Big Claus is a literary fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen, our boy, published in Danish in 1835 in the first installment of his booklet Fairy Tale Told for Children First Collection. So I don't know what that story's about. Thumbelina is a fairy tale by same guy. First published by Reitzel on 16 December 1835 in Copenhagen, Denmark, with a Naughty Boy and the Traveling Companion in the second installment. Tom Thumb. Let's see. Thumbelina was completely Andersen's creation, although inspired by Tom Thumb and other stories of miniature people. Yeah, the miniature people. That's probably us, folks. That's my personal opinion. I won't go on because that's kind of boring.
I would bet that Hans Christian Andersen was a flat earther. No way to prove it.
You know, if you think about all these stories and folklore and mermaids and the Irish got the leprechauns and all these different things, like, how bad does it suck that we don't get to hear that shit from Russia because they were going through a communist takeover for like half a century or longer, who knows, right? So imagine if that shit were to happen to us, and all of our literature and all of our artwork just fucking burned. Oh wait, that's what they're doing right now. They're censoring people. Fucking assholes.
Yeah.
You don't have to burn it these days. You just hit delete key, right?
Sorry, Dave.
I was just saying you don't have to burn it these days. You just got to hit delete and it's gone.
All they have to do is pull the plug after that, and bye bye.
Those are book rules, Hank. Like we're in the age of digital technology, and these are unsailed seas, unprecedented events. Like there's no such thing as censorship like this. So for them, they're not breaking any rules. These are outdated rules that apply to books. We're online, and all of the forums we're on are owned by tech giants, and they get to decide what they want to show on their own, platforms. It's not the government doing it. It's the businesses. They're able to censor. They're able to I don't know, what is the right word? Anyway, like when you're a private company or a private person, you have like all kinds of like shit that you're allowed to do because it's part of like being an individual. Individual freedom is out the window though. That's this new world order. No more individual freedom. It's always going to be about the greater good. And who decides the greater good? Well, right now it's looking like those who run technology, the technocrats. They determine what's right and what's wrong. They've got the most influence and power when it comes to in our governments in Washington or wherever else. The New World Order is subservient to, obviously, it should be obvious anyway, to the corporations, not to any government, what we call government. The government's subservient to them. They create the tools that are going to enable them to better control society across the world, across the plane. And then they institute the change needed to make it happen. When it comes to technology, necessity is not the mother of invention. I mean, unless your necessity is the need to control every man, woman, and child on Earth.
Look, I'm not all about invading people's private rights. If you own a publishing company, then it's a publishing company, right? You can publish whatever you want or not publish whatever you want. But these, social media things, they're more like public forums than publishing companies because we're not getting paid to, get the scoop, right, and bring them, whatever it is they're going to publish, right? Like whatever we'll cook for dinner or whatever, my selfie or what my new haircut looks like, right? So it's really a public forum, I think.
Well, I would agree with you, but they don't see it that way. You're still allowed to go down to the street corner and freaking hand out flyers and wear a sandwich board, and you're allowed to do that. You still have the public forum, like the real public forum, the one that matters a lot more. But the one that apparently, it doesn't matter more when it comes to swaying public opinion, where most people aren't out on the street, especially when you're telling people to social distance and everything else. Yeah, now people are going to get all of their information through the filter of the internet and its, conglomerates that are within it. But no, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, that's the new public forum. But again, how I started with this little rant, it was about, these are like unprecedented times that they like to tell us. These are like the laws that were written didn't think ahead for the technology that we have now. And so when they create new technology, there are no laws stopping them in many cases from using it.
So, did you hear about the guy who goes around from town to town and he stands in a public easement and he holds a sign that says, "God bless the homeless vets," and he got arrested. And the cop, they had the internal investigation and they recorded it, which wasn't very wise. And you can find, if you want to know more about this, you can find it on that guy's channel, High Impact Flicks, but he changed the name. He got a new channel. It's now called Here's the Deal. Anyway, they arrested the homeless vet guy, and the cops were like, "Yeah, this guy targeted us, and he set us up to make a mistake, and we're not going to let that happen again." It's like, wait a minute. How did that video go? Wait, you guys targeted him and then violated his rights, and then after you punched him in the face and bloodied his nose, now you're making this video like, "Oh gosh, my nose really hurts. That guy hit us really hard." Like, it's so crazy to think about it from like that point of view, because you can look at it from the kid's point of view, like, "Oh, the guy shouldn't have been, shouldn't have had that sign. He looks like he's accepting donations, which is probably illegal, and the cops, have every right to arrest that guy." It's like, no, he was holding a sign with speech on it. That's it. And the cops came and kidnapped him and put him in a cage, and then said it was his fault.
Yeah, no, and yeah, they do that type of stuff, but often with these stories, there's a portion that's being left out, being omitted. Like, the person might have been, I'm not saying that they weren't within their rights to be, but they might have been very aggressive or ornery, or like trying to antagonize something with the cops. That happens really often, but it doesn't mean that they're not within their rights to do so. But
there used to be about 6 shootings by cops in this city alone of homeless, unarmed people. There was a rash of them. There was almost one every week. And they're all the time. They slowed down because it got attention. They love shooting homeless, unarmed people. They love it.
Situation where a cop in a situation, how the situation is better. I mean, sure, if there's a body, right, you can't touch it, but wouldn't you call the morgue? When they Yeah, I'm just saying that there's more than one emperor. These secret kings are all over the place.
Mic check. Mic check.
A little rough around the edges, but yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, is that Helio?
No.
Oh, Hank.
It's the other one.
Hank. I was just having a thought. One day, parents gonna say to a kid, you know, one day people claim that they went to outer space and they called themselves astronauts and stuff, and the kid's gonna be like, did they put them in any institution? And the parents gonna be like, no, they actually paid them and promoted them.
And everybody thought it was actually real.
Yeah.
No, they didn't put them in an institution per se, but they did give them all IMDb profiles, which is movie database.
Yeah, and SAG IDs.
Yeah, the SAGs. Yeah.
Nice job. Hollywood stars, actor-nauts.
Yeah, why do astronauts have Hollywood stars? I mean, we already know why Trump has a Hollywood star, because he was in a couple of movies and he had a hit TV show. But why the fuck is Buzz Aldrin on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Yeah, and what was it? The whole entire Apollo 11 crew is named on their own, or was it Apollo? I forget which one.
Yeah, it wasn't. Here's the thing: it wasn't Apollo ELEVEN. It was Apollo II, which is Roman numerals for the second giant Apollo. Can't make this shit up. They even said the giant Apollo has returned during the ticker tape parade.
Isn't that crazy stuff, huh? Amazing.
Yep.
So
can't make this shit.
What is the giant Apollo? What does that mean?
I don't know. I think it was technological giant feet or something like that. All I know was on, I can't remember where it was. They were walking into New York with the, or not walking, they were cruising around in New York. There was a bunch of ticker tape coming down and a big banner across the buildings.
What's up?
They were telling them these heroes.
I saw them prepping the lunar lander because there's, I guess, the 50th anniversary is coming up or something. I saw that thing and I'm thinking, how the hell could that carry food and water and all that crap? And it's so friggin' small.
And the rover, that's almost larger than the lander itself.
Oh, boy.
Anybody believes that? Like when someone comes in here and goes, well, I shouldn't be like this, but I will for a second. They're like, you guys don't believe the moon landings? Anybody, that is very suspicious to me because I don't see that how any sane adult individual could believe any of that hogwash. And I'm a boomer.
John Thor had a freaking awesome clip before his channel got taken down, and it showed that thing being dropped out of the back of a military plane and plunging into the ocean.
Is anyone here a model specialist?
Yeah, I am. I used to make models when I was a child. Which one? Any of the World War II, World War
You're exactly what I'm looking for. If you don't mind to entertain me for just a second. Are there any three-dimensional objects with four corners other than a triangular pyramid?
Wow. Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yes. Are there any 3D shapes or objects or whatever you will, right, that are not a triangular pyramid with four corners, including depth?
But you're not saying in nature. You're just saying, is there such a thing as this? Yeah. What about a trapezoid?
I might misunderstood the question. Does a trapezoid have four corners in depth?
No doubt.
Isn't a square building there?
How about a 3D?
No. Stay with me. You're the model specialist, right? Okay. I asked you one more time. A triangular pyramid has four corners in depth, correct?
What? Say it again.
A triangular pyramid has 4 corners with depth, correct?
That's true.
Okay. Now, are there any others out there that have the same thing, or is that the only one? Because we know from the Book of Revelations that the Earth has 4 corners, right, and it has depth, correct?
Yes, but it's actually a geometry question. I'm not an expert in geometry as far as all the shapes and what's available.
Okay, I'll keep looking.
Somebody here that does have that knowledge.
Yes, it's only the triangular pyramid.
Okay, Sasha 2.0, thank you. Now, if the Book of Revelations, which came from God himself, correct, would indicate that the Earth has 4 corners, and now, through Sasha 2.0, we only have one model, right, that can fulfill that prophecy, and that model is a triangular pyramid. Now, I'm not saying that the Earth is a filled upside down triangular pyramid. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that there's only one shape that exists in nature that can fulfill the prophecy of Revelation 7:1. That is all.
I never.
The Bible also says the earth has no shape. So, I mean, I don't know what you want to go with.
The Earth doesn't have a shape. That's correct, because the Earth is the dirt. The dirt's always moving, tectonic plates, shit like that, right? So, of course, it's formless, it's shapeless, it's always changing.
Go to the goddamn thing.
Tectonic plates, you're going a little bit far there.
Well, I'm just saying that you can say that it doesn't have a shape, but it can still be something that's filled with earth, right? If earth is dirt, the shit that gets between your toes, right? If that's what earth is, then yes, it is shapeless because it's always evolving. Every time a Sasquatch takes a step in a jungle, right, that earth changed shape, right?
Well,
but that's not what it's talking about.
The Earth is everything.
The statement as your upside down triangle pyramid.
The Earth is all of existence. So it's, how would all of existence have a shape?
Now, see, that's not what the definition of Earth is based on my findings, right? My findings claim that the Earth is the dirt that gets between your toes, right? So again, now a lot of people have convinced other people through lies and various brainwashing techniques like MK Ultra that model is the Earth, right? Now, obviously, that's not the case because the Earth is taking the form of the container, and if through the Book of Revelations, which came from God, claim that there's only one shape that this container can take through geometry, right? Then it has to be included in the model. I'm not saying that an upside down pyramid filled with dirt is the model. I'm saying this shape must be included in some way.
Here's why not. That you would need to know the entire extent of Earth. You don't have that.
Well, I have access to God, so I have the entire extent of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, that's inconclusive, and God also says no man will know.
No man will know.
I never claimed to be a man.
And to be honest, to be fair, I don't know the scripture you were actually reading. I would have to read that on my own.
Revelation.
The bottom line. The bottom line is that's inconclusive. So.
Yep.
You can
not a man.
You can go off the Bible if you like, but when it comes to geometry, before I make claims to things, I'd much rather count its size or measure.
Yeah, if you want to go there, fixed and firm in its foundations, you have usually foundations or like a building. You have, and 4 corners have been mentioned before. So yeah, how do you build a building? You have foundations. I'm not claiming any shape at all. But if you have foundations,
I mean, what was the
like
question?
An upside-down pyramid.
What was the question anyway?
The question was, were there any model specialists in chat? That was the question.
And then what was the next question?
Who cares?
I told him.
What was the
the
next
models-
question?
Let me help you guys. Let me help you guys out with this.
No,
God.
I don't. Not yet. I just want to know what the next question was.
Here's you need
But
to
you
know
don't
the
know who
answer.
you're talking
He
to.
asked me what model wasn't a model expert. I told him as a child I built all models of the airplanes, World War I, World War II. He goes, great. Then he starts
Relating
asking me,
to
what
the
is
only
most
shape
perfect
with four
3D
corners,
shape?
what did he say about that?
That's how, he goes, what other shape besides a pyramid is 3D and has four corners? Am I right?
A cube.
Only a pyramid. So he's claiming an upside down pyramid. No one's going along with that. Ridiculous.
Well, a cube, unless, I mean, because if you're talking about the top, that would be, I mean, what would you consider a corner?
That's what
Does
I'm
it
No,
have to have?
a cube has
Listen,
8
listen
corners.
listen to what I'm saying, because I wasn't done. With the triangle, that's actually a pyramid. You would have the fifth angle at the top. That's another corner, unless you're only talking about 90 degrees.
Now, like I said, a triangular pyramid has 4 corners, 4 vertices,
5
correct?
corners.
No,
It
a
has
triangular pyramid
It has
has
5.
4. Do
It
I need
has
to
5
Google it
corners.
for you?
5
PR.
corners.
P drinking.
It's not called a pyramid. It's called a tetragrammaton or a
Pyramid has
tetrad.
5 corners.
Okay, so a triangular pyramid is called what?
Tetrahedron.
Tetrahedron. Okay, thank you for that information. That's very valuable to me. Thank you.
And all that is 4 triangles arranged into a geometric shape, or a what do they call it? It's Pythagorean solid, the first Pythagorean solid.
But the
Okay,
5
thank
corner
you.
thing that Elijah brought up is even more crucial.
Well, I don't know. I could be wrong. It says 4 sides when you Google it. I'm just thinking the top. I don't see why that can't be a fifth, but
He's not saying
whatever.
4 sides though.
It's
He's
the
saying
difference
corners.
between the base of the two different
Oh,
triangles.
you're
One
right.
base has
Yeah.
4 corners, and the other
It's
base
not
has
4
4.
sides.
The 4
Yeah, it's not 4
corners.
sides. It's
Yeah.
4 corners. That's correct. That's true. Yeah, like I said, 5.
Okay, so all I know is that from my findings today in my research, that only one geometric shape has 4 corners with depth that can be filled with earth.
Yeah,
right?
and it's
That's
not
what I'm
a
saying.
pyramid.
The
We
three-sided
just told you it has 5 corners.
No,
What
it
do
does
you
not
say
have
about that?
5 corners. A tetrahedron has 4 corners, correct?
Listen, you're talking about
5 corners.
the Pyramid of Giza, the big one, has like 8 sides, doesn't it?
Actually, yeah.
I don't understand what this guy's trying to correlate.
But he said corners, but again, there's 5. Unless you're looking for a right triangle.
Okay,
or
hold
right
on. I'm going to
angle.
go to live stream voice text for a second.
Yeah, it has 5
Listen. This is very simple. I don't understand what's so complicated about this. I'm saying unless you're specifying that a corner is a right angle, it has 5.
What shape has 5?
A pyramid.
Well, there's more than one.
Well, it
type of
depends on
triangle.
what the base of the pyramid is. It would need to be a triangular.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Listen.
if it was a square pyramid, it would have 5. But
You would
you
have
don't
to
have
exclude
go
anything but right triangles. But right.
It's just a pyramid with a triangle as its base instead of a square as its base.
Okay, so Hank Hill, I have DM'd you a couple pictures because I do not have image perms. Can you please put these in the live stream voice text for our friends?
Sure, give me a
You're
second.
not getting
Thank
it
you.
either.
Okay.
Yeah, just picture it from its base. Every pyramid you're talking about.
I don't know if you heard what I said. Did you hear what I said? People are hard of.
No, it's
Oh,
cutting
can I
out.
go through?
It's cutting
No,
out.
I didn't say. I'm talking about what I said before.
Oh yeah.
So if you can direct your attention to live stream voice text,
Oh my
here you can see the difference between a
Thank you.
square-based pyramid and a triangular pyramid.
No,
The point
nobody asked
is,
about the
if you
difference.
think Jesus is
Hold on.
God and you read
Oh my
Revelation
God.
7:1, the only
This is not the biblical. You know what? I'm just gonna have to
So like I said, you made the claim. Hey, your premise is that there's only one shape that has four corners. A pyramid has five, unless you're only specifying the right angles at the base. If that's not the case, then there are five. All I'm asking for is clarity. All I'm asking for is what you mean. I mean, I don't. Everybody wants to make everything a debate. Jesus, maybe. Well,
Not
let
really.
me not say his name in vain. But I mean, is it crazy? Like, I'm just saying, no, it has five. Like, so I'm not gonna listen to the rest of your premise, and you talk about Revelation and the only shape that the blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
If the premise is wrong, bro, like what?
Yeah.
What's the issue?
Unless you address the fifth corner and excluded it somewhere, like we didn't hear that part. You just kept rambling on.
now, do you think a container is a part of the model?
What the hell? What model? Why do you keep saying model, bro?
I told you I'm
Please.
working. I'm a modalistic researcher. I'm
Yeah,
working on
okay.
the model through the flat
is
Earth
not
and the globe
You
side.
can't have a
Earth is
model
not a
unless you have it.
Listen. Nobody's answering his questions until he addresses what I said. That's it. The end. You're not
Yep.
saying nothing
Exactly.
else.
Exactly. I agree. That's ridiculous.
Okay, what's the question?
Did you hear what I said?
I heard a lot of what you said. I just wanted you to repeat the question for me.
It's not a question.
Wait, what?
You said a pyramid has four corners. I said no, it has five.
No, he's talking about a triangular pyramid, and you're talking about a
No,
square
he's not,
pyramid.
Sasha.
He is.
Sasha,
A
you're
triangular
Sasha,
pyramid
you're,
has four.
Sasha, you're lost. Okay?
Oh.
Because a pyramid, right? You have the corners at the bottom. Count them, right? What's that top one? The one at the top. What is that?
That's a corner.
Right. What are you talking about then?
Oh, I'm talking about a triangular pyramid where it has three at the bottom and one at the top, therefore it has four.
Nobody has made a tetrad, dude. A tetrad does not exist in nature. The only thing close to a tetrad is that stage in life where your egg, before you're born, when you're being developed, when your egg splits into two and then four cells. That's it. So the tetrad is not a physical thing. It's a Pythagorean solid. It does not actually exist.
Well, I'll let the people decide.
So wait, what are you even saying, pee drinking buddy? Like, are you saying Earth is a pyramid or something?
No, I am working on the model.
Off of his name alone. Like, this nigga's tripping. You understand that? You understand what are you making a model for specifically?
The Garden of Eden.
Do you know what a model is? The difference between a scientific model, a model like a car.
Like I
The
said,
model
I'm
of
working
a
on
car.
where we live.
What do you mean working on where we live?
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure it out.
How you gonna figure it? Like, when you model something, you have it before you. You don't just take guesses. You model it. You model a miniature version of, or an exact replica of what you're already experiencing?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not doing that.
How do you know?
Were you at the Garden of Eden?
I know about the garden.
Were you at the Garden of Eden?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Goodbye,
The one
buddy.
in Vegas or the real one?
I don't know. I'm getting real hard Banny vibes, but if you guys want to play, you can go ahead. He's a soft troll.
More like the
Just make sure.
Maybe he was Adam. He was
Do you
Adam's
think, buddy, do you
patron.
think you're a god?
What'd you say?
Emergency.
Do you think you're a god?
No, I don't think that.
So how are you at the Garden of Eden?
I was there spiritually.
Did you know you can't make a model of anything unless you can put hands on it, measure it, and look at it from every possible angle? How else do you think we make model airplanes or 1/10 scale trucks?
I know that, but the Bible says that through God
So
all things
therefore,
are possible.
a model. You cannot make it a model. This is a simple thing, right? What you are doing is creating an idol. I don't know if you realize that.
All I'm trying to do is put the pieces together.
Creating
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. You're making us look bad.
Speaking of scripture, a graven image is what you're creating. Great. Good for
He's
you.
not making us look bad, because here's the difference between Flat Earth Society, the people who are dumb enough not to have seen the difference on YouTube or any search results from 2015 to now. People who've never read a book, things like that. Like the people who believe that the earth is flat because they've watched TikTok videos and they're like, good enough for me. The people who think that they can model their reality, which would be reification. But of course, these kinds of people don't care about logical fallacies or being logically consistent. They don't know what logical syllogisms are when we point them out. And so the difference between he and us is all we did was take the belief that everyone was under, the hard facts so-called about it, the geometry and the dimensions thereof, and test and see if the geometry matched reality. And it doesn't. That's all we did. I don't know what the rest of you guys are doing, but I'm not trying to put pieces of any puzzle together. I've already taken apart a piece of a puzzle that I thought made a picture of my reality. I'm not going to make that same mistake again. Maybe the people like him that are trolling, maybe they don't understand it. Maybe they maybe they do it on purpose because they're paid. I don't know. Who knows? But it's very boring.
I was trying to tell you that he said, I never claimed to be a man. And at that point, I was like, oh, well, we're dealing with a god. So I was just trying to tell you, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to let you know who you're dealing with.
Did it? I don't think I stopped you from saying anything, Hank.
Oh.
Did I?
Yeah, maybe I interrupted you. I stopped myself. I don't know.
You're allowed to interrupt me, Hank. Just you. And crypto, because we're the people that get rumpus the most.
And crypto, thanks.
Yeah, Elijah, real quick, off topic. Why is it that they don't have Wi-Fi on the fucking rail? Makes sense that they would,
That's what I thought. I don't understand why they. I honestly, I think about that all the time.
On the what?
Yo, but see what kids don't know. It's crazy because kids they grow up on iPads and shit. You know, it's a foreign thing to tell a kid, you know that, you're welcome, you know that you couldn't actually get on the train without your phone losing service. Like the moment you started walking down the steps, it was over. Couldn't use your phone until you got out the train station. Now you can use it in the train station, but not in the tunnels between stops. But some actually, there's some trains. No, no, because I don't understand the reason for why it works. For some section, a very limited area, I don't know why that is. But the bottom line is, I don't understand why they don't have it all up and through the tunnel.
Well,
I think they have. I think if they were to add it, it would have problems with their navigation and control circuitry. Because there should be no reason why they can't carry the signal through the power lines. But I think they already have a signal going through the power lines to control the train to make sure the conductor's alive.
Maybe it's only the above ground trains that have Wi-Fi, because all the Amtraks here have Wi-Fi.
I know the bullet trains have Wi-Fi, but those are usually above ground. So it's like not really the train's Wi-Fi, it's more like, cell phone towers. But yeah, maybe we should create something like that.
Who let P drinking buddy in here? Like what? Who gave him? Who gave? What? Yo. And now he's down there and chill. Oh my gosh.
What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How did that happen? They just, he says I'm not a very good actor. Who was that? Oh, that was someone before. Said they're not a very good actor.
Brady. That was terrible. I'm just like, but see, the thing is, they'll never know how ignorant they actually are. Either that, or they're fucking with us, and they the jig is up. They know everything, but they're just here to slow our progress down.
Try to rattle us or something. Yeah.
That thing that guy said, this place being a holding pen, man, that really got to me because I already feel that way.
Wait a minute. He said what?
Earlier, a guy said, have you guys not considered this being the PSYOP? And that this is like a holding pen? And it could have been, from one perspective, you could think of him saying that Flat Earth was the PSYOP. But on the other hand, I chose to look at it, and I asked him if I was correct, but I never got any clarity. But I said, in a way, this is like a holding pen, because whenever we want to reach new people, these trolls just pop up. They take up our time. We kind of let it happen like we're beasts or something. Like we can't control, like we can't see what's going on and stop that and continue the growth. And not just, on YouTube and TikTok. Like we have this feeling that we can't talk to anyone else of importance. Like we can't really do more than we're doing. And is that just a learned behavior? Truly, did they figure out a way to satisfy our need to talk about it by throwing these same globe earthers in our faces? Like I always said, it wouldn't really take much for any body of people to like take like 100, 200 people to keep us all entangled. To be honest, look at how many people can you count that are anti-flat earthers or globers? Lil Pizzle, DLA, whatever his name is, the guy that was just in here the other day, the young kid that has the father with the telescopes and all of that.
Yeah. You know what? That's a really good point, because when you see this it's one thing when you see it in here for maybe a couple weeks or a couple months or whatever, but when we see it in here for years and years, like you guys are on here since the very beginning, the first server, But even in this server, like the number of these characters, like that in itself is like there's something going on that doesn't seem organic to me intuitively. Just saying.
I don't know. So sometimes I feel like we're being just like we're inundated. Listen, they like on look, we treat globe earthers the way they treated us in the beginning. I mean, in general, if you go to any, just any server or any YouTube comment section, we're acting like they did. Why is that? Does anybody? I mean, has anyone questioned why they're acting out of character? I went from a respectful person to cursing somebody out that I don't know just because it's the internet, or in person. I'm gonna call them religious and an idiot in person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but these are the things that we began to do. But again, because we've been taught how to have the conversation, and we kind of just went with it when that's wrong. It's wrong. Wrong in this, not in a moral sense. In a, can't you see what's going on?
Yeah.
By now kind of sense.
I kind of see it, like in myself. I do, like totally do. I'm a perfect example of this. Like, and it's not really like, I think it's like getting us in a sense of heightened alertness. I don't know, man. Listen, there's people out there that have been doing this thing about speech and what affects people. Strings of words together, how it affects people, triggers us without us even knowing. There's people that know this. So if there's people creating characters to bring on here, which I truly believe there is, especially looking at the dead internet theory in the last, few weeks, that 60% of all internet traffic is bots. So I mean, like,
wow.
Yeah, 60% dead. The internet is dead. There's millions and millions and millions of dead links out there that no longer go. Like, talk about book burning. I suggest everybody see that 3-part series.
Yeah, please send that to me, because I've never heard of it.
Yep, I sure will. So
I'm gonna go down and see what P Drinking Buddy is talking about.
That's a good idea. Report back to us.
Yeah. His name, like, who? Come on, guys.
What the heck? I know. And a pyramid drinking buddy. I know he left, but that's all right.
Yeah, you gotta give him a few props for a funny name, anyway.
I know. It comes from the guy that tried drinking his pee. That's where it comes from.
Bear Grylls?
No, I think his name is Dave or something like that.
Well, Bear Grylls drinks his pee. I've seen it.
He's talking about Dave. What's his name? Flat Earther Dave, from the UK, from Britain.
Exactly. I wouldn't try it, but I'm glad he did. Get on it.
It's Dave Murphy y'all are talking about. Dave Murphy.
Yeah, not Dave Hinkle.
Yes, not Dave Hinkle. Dave Murphy.
And you don't sound British at all, so not to worry.
Well, you know what Murphy's Law says? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. It's just a matter of entropy.
There's no Dave in Murphy's Law.
I know.
I just wanted to say that you guys were talking about words and how they affect people and, changing people's physiology and stuff like that just by using words.
Yeah.
That's called neurolinguistic programming. There's people in here that do it.
Yeah.
Karma is one of them. I don't think karma's out to get you guys. I think that you could use it for good, or you could use it for bad, right?
What's an example from her? You remember one?
Okay, I'll try to get it as best as I remember it, but basically it was like if you go up to an old person and you say, well, how you doing today? They're going to say, oh, my knee, the weather, blah, blah, blah. But if you go to an old person and be like, hey, can you tell me about the first time you ever heard classical Spanish guitar? Or, something that they love, right?
Okay.
Ask them, like, what was the first time you ever tasted, watermelon? Or tell me about tell me about your first girlfriend, your first date with grandma, right? That is going to have an entirely different response. Like, oh, I saw her at church and she was beautiful and loving, and it's like you can get the kind of reaction you want based on the words that you use.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I hope that I didn't screw that up too much.
Yeah.
So she's casting witchcraft.
Oh.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
That's so crazy, NLP is witchcraft. Because I used to think that. I did. I thought it was like, oh, this is like dark magic. Ooh.
Comes down to, I don't know why I just thought about this, but I think it's similar to people that can be hypnotized or not. That sounds similar to that.
That's exactly what that is. You got it, bro.
Well,
So
see,
some
the
kind
elite,
of awareness. Sorry, go ahead.
the elite, they practice magic, right?
Oh yes, I
And
know.
then they have put out these religious texts that say it's a sin to do magic, but they do it all the time.
Right, right.
In fact, they keep it. It's called the royal art. They say only royalty can use this arcane ability.
It's probably something to do with the Actors Guild too. That's a secret cult. It's a guild.
Well, all those guilds. All the guilds go back to the main guild, which is the builders, right? The builders of civilization, the so-called Masons or the so-called Mahans. They keep certain things secret, so only the ruling class, those that have been given this divine right to do so, can do it. And everybody else is a pawn in the game. But if we were to realize that we have the ability to bring about change in the world just by using words, like they use words, but they use like enmity, like they create words that cause enmity, right? Which is just a natural enemyship. Like we all know right now that the elite are perpetrating the spell of racism. But what does that lie in? Where does the truth in racism lie? It's a non-truth. It's evolution. See, it's like one of these things where they've been casting the spell back on itself for so long that it's finally brainwashed the population to where they will not look outside of it. They will consider the facts that are disproven as facts.
It is the biggest lie ever told. Biggest ever told.
Exactly. Now, what is a race? A race is just nothing more than a family's group. It's a family. That's it. It's like a tribe.
What do you mean? A race like a race?
It comes from the word ethnos, tribe,
What
family
race?
unit.
Like your race, like black, white?
No, ethnos. Ethnos.
Ethnicity.
Yeah, it's a Greek word, right? And it means a race or a family grouping. A nation. Almost like a large tribe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Meaning they all have a common ancestor somewhere, but the common ancestor is more like grandpa that had lots of children,
Yeah.
And do you know how the different races were started? Or do you have
You
any
said how
idea on
many?
that?
Did you say how many different races are starving?
No, how were they started?
Because the Tower of Babel. Well, no. The different races were started from Noah, and then well, that's if that's if anybody believe in what I talk about. But you know, the Noah had 3 different sons, and they were all of different kind. Well, they were all unique. That race populated the entire earth, but there
So we
was
had like
yes, so there,
like
and then Babel, the Tower of Babel, that created the different languages. So the people who had different language than other, they like when they were confused with different languages, the people who had the same language as the people with you group up with them, and then you guys move together because you guys have the same language. So they migrated out and went into different places. That's what this is. That's what it is. So they went to different places.
wait, so you're saying that he had like a Asian son and a Mexican son and like
No, because Asian and Mexican are mixed races.
They're not races. They're family groups. It's a melting pot
Doesn't
like
matter,
the
man.
United
Yeah,
States.
whatever the fuck you call it, whatever the fuck you say it, man.
It's like like
It's
back
like
in the day.
like the Asian that are mixed with Hamite and white people. So, and Mexican that they are mixed with the Asian and mixed with the white as well. But
Well, see, you had these world empires where all different family groups came, and there's supposed to be a curse for family members occupying land of another family members. Perhaps that's where all of this has started from. Like these world empires, and people go there to make their fortune, you know, to make their world.
Whatever.
Like for instance, Latin America, like Mexico. We know that was like taken over by the Spanish and the French, and the people there are now mixed. They're no longer like 100% native.
Right. Yes, everybody is mixed.
But it comes from these world empires, these so-called world powers that try to influence change around the world. Like Age of Discovery was a huge assault on humanity.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like the Spanish, they are white. The English, the European is mostly European. They've colonized everybody, my nigga. So all the stuff they're trying to colonize. Well, they already did colonize, but there's a lot of people in the world that are mixed culture. It's called mixed culturalism. They mix cultures, and the beginning of the culture is lost. You know what I'm saying? Like the tradition, it is lost because everybody is like, for example, right now to this day, everybody is mixing cultures. No, there's going to be one language soon, and it's going to be English. Well, basically,
have you heard of
it's going to be one world language, so everybody can understand.
Old Milwaukee? Like, for instance, this happened in the United States around the 1800s when seances and spiritualism was like, Sam, shut up! Let that dog bark and be an idiot.
Shut up, Sam. Let the man talk.
Anyway,
Go ahead, Joshua.
So basically what would happen is over time, right, they would do all of these seances and dress up. Like, I don't know if you realize it, but the United States has a goddess. And it's the same goddess that all countries have. It's just given a different name. It's the Artemis archetype. We call it, what do we call it? Lady Liberty?
Statue of Liberty.
No, not the Statue of Liberty. It's called Lady Liberty. Columbus. Columbia. Goddess Columbia. Right?
Yes. No, but
it's
what I'm
pretty
trying,
much,
yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as that. But what they used to do in old Milwaukee is dress up as Uncle Sam and Goddess, what the hell was her name? Colombia, right? And they would do seances and things like that, and they would have parades where people are walking around in this pagan attire. And they tell us that the United States is a Christian nation. No, it's not. It's a pagan nation.
Exactly.
And
There's
all
so
it
many
takes is a
different.
rewrite. Right, all it takes is a rewrite of history and annals, and then things are changed.
Atheism is atheism as a religion.
Yes,
Basically.
it is.
Yes, basically. And science, well, pseudoscience is also a religion too. You know what I mean? Like the belief of Big Bang or like Big Bang.
Yeah, scientism is what I call it.
Yes, in Scientology, even though they're two different things, you know. And also,
Scientology is the worst.
Yeah, Scientology is what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, have you ever looked into Scientology? No offense if anybody believe in that.
Yeah, that's the new one world religion.
No, it's not Scientology, but the new world religion is they're trying to mix all the religions together and say that they all share a common God, but which is not true. And also, the reason why everybody is starting to speak English as the one world language, right? It's the same thing as Tower of Babel. What happened when all the people speak the same language? Tell me, what happened?
Yeah, they were destroyed and distraught. Now, see, I happen to think that the emojis are the living language. It keeps getting added to every year, and anybody, any language knows what they mean, right?
Right, man. I see what you're saying.
It's like hieroglyphics all over again.
Exactly. So like it's the same thing that happened with the Tower of Babel. When everybody speak the same language, what happened? Everybody can speak the same language, and everybody work together. Yes, everybody work together, and nobody against God. Look at what's happening right now. Everybody brainwashed.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it, but there is a extra canonical book, so it's not really part of the Bible. But the
Are you talking about the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, chapter 80. It talks about the inhabitants of Earth seeing that these chief stars, start wandering, and they err in their ways, and they forget the past. They forget the laws of the heavens, and they err, and they consider these wandering stars as gods, and then the destruction will come upon them swiftly.
Yes.
I mean, every bit of the solar system, except for Earth, is named after a pagan deity.
Right. Saturn, Moon.
Even Helios itself, even Sol for solar system, it's all...
It's all paganism. Yep. Satan. No, but I have question for people who don't believe in God in this VC. Because I know there are flat... Well, no, actually, I will not speak about it because I'm pretty sure that's against the rules, so no, never mind.
Yeah, we can go down to biblical and talk about this, or even the Quran room.
Yes. I will not speak about... Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of these things to where if people are blinded by the doctrine of a land, right? Because that's all this globe shit. That's a doctrine of Rome.
Division. Yes, division.
All lands. And the last empire to adopt the Roman way was the Ottoman Empire. Did you know that?
Yes, I heard about it.
Yeah, they used to go off of the old calendar, where April 1st was the new year. Because it's God's calendar. And then the Pope went in there and sacked the Ottomans, said, you will go under this, ascribed to our edict and our papal bull, and we will leave you alone and let you be a people. Because they were genociding them. Same thing with the so-called snakes in Ireland. There never was any snakes in Ireland. the snakes that were removed were the pagans, but not necessarily the pagans, but the black nobility, right? They were removed by legionnaires. And that's not to say that they didn't go back, right? But what has the Holy Roman Church oftentimes done to the enemy of the nation? Slandered them and turned them into demons and demonic figures, right?
Yes, and all black nobility, they are in advisors to Jesuits.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the U.S. Pentagon, it looked just like the Jesuit war room.
See, I belong to a black nobility family. And from what I've been finding out, our land was stolen from us by Rome.
Bro, I have a friend who has a Freemason family. It's actually depressing because most people are born into this type of family. They have demon in them. Demon.
It's the curse of generations, and I know how to break it.
Yes, break it, man.
I've already broken my curse.
Good. Have you ever been baptized?
No. By the Spirit, but not by water. I don't know anybody that knows truth enough to baptize me. I won't get baptized by a Roman priest.
Get baptized by your local church.
Yeah, that's the problem. The local church are Freemasons.
I was baptized by the pagan Catholics.
You like that guy on YouTube that does some baptisms?
But I didn't know what it
Yeah,
was.
that's what I was thinking about doing, was going, because every once in a while they'll do a thing to where it's a baptismal thing, and there's a bunch of different locations. The closest one to me would be in Phoenix, but I'm right here on the Colorado River. I mean, like, see, before my grandfather passed, I asked him to do it for me, and he wasn't able to do anything.
I thought he was a black nobility.
I am. I'm also in a Freemason family. My grandfather was a Shriner.
So why would you let him baptize you?
Because it's the only one that I know. He ended up coming to the truth before the end. He completely repented from his ways. We burnt the fez, all that shit.
Right. So you know about the Constantinople. Yes, Constantinople fell in 1453 to the Ottoman Empire. Mm-hmm. And it was inevitable after the Venetian and the Crusaders had weakened the Byzantine Empire.
Yeah.
And then the collapse of the Byzantine Empire allowed the Ottoman Empire expanded into Greece. Then the Balkan and the Adriatic. The Venice started off well, sending the Venetian artists to the court of Mehmed II in the Venice also negotiated with Ottoman to gain overland routes to Aleppo and Alexandria. So the Venice remained as a major trading maritime power in the eastern Mediterranean, even doubling its fleet until the loss of Cyprus in 1571. That is the formation of the Ottoman Empire.
After the Eastern Empire and the Western Empire fell, do you know where the empire moved to?
I think so. They moved to
Germany.
Great Britain.
No, Germany.
Germany. Oh yes. I know about I know about the Nazi. The Hitler. He donated. If you track the money that he was donating back to the Catholic Church.
Yep.
If you trace all the money, and he was a Catholic himself, right? He was a Catholic, and he met up with the Pope.
He needed the regalia to bring back the Reich, which is what he was trying to do, but he failed at it.
Well, so
regalia
Hitler was
he
a
would
good man?
get-
Hitler was good man?
No, he was trying to bring back the Roman Empire.
Oh. Yes, and there were pictures of him meeting with the Pope.
Yeah.
That
You see,
fucking snake.
people have a mistaken identity of exactly who he was and what his purpose was, right? I'm fairly certain that he was the one that put Stalin in power from Hungary.
I have no clue, bro. There is so much stuff behind the scene that we probably don't know, right? The stuff we do know is because they want us to know.
Yeah.
And the stuff we don't know is secret. We will never know unless we ask God ourselves, you know.
Yeah, and then be careful what you ask for.
Huh?
Be careful what you ask for.
Why?
Is that accent hard to keep up?
Because you may receive something that you are not willing, like you'll get a plate that's too full. Like say you ask for patience, right? You're going to have plenty of practice with patience, right? You know what I mean? So your plate is going to be full with practice. So
yes, but it's not like
whatever you do, don't pray for patience unless you're serious. Don't do that.
No, but it's not like God is a genie. He's not a genie. He's a real man. I mean, he's the love.
Could you elaborate, Hank?
Yes, Hank, elaborate, nigga.
Yeah, if you pray for patience, right, and that prayer gets answered, it's not like you magically get patience, like it talks about, in the Old Testament when
of course
David's
not.
son Solomon like asking for wisdom. No, that's not how it works.
He works in mysterious ways. He worked in mysterious ways. Like I said, he's not a genie, so he cannot just give you this wish, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I agree. So if you pray for patience, you will endure that which strengthens your patience. Ask me how I know.
May I add something?
Through suffering, or with maybe not?
May I give you a personal experience of mine that can I?
No. Okay, here's my question. In a server that needs factual evidence,
can you turn your mic down, please?
You need evidence on everything. You want to see the proof. If that's how the server's based, then why are we talking about religion at all when it's 100% fake?
No, it is not, because there is historical evidence. It is historically accurate.
Okay.
Historically accurate. Go to the Red Sea right now. Go to the Red Sea right now, and go to the bottom of the sea. What will you find? You will find chariot wheels that have been catalyzed.
Have you been there?
Catalyzed. They have been catalyzed. So can you please turn your mic down, man? Please turn your fucking mic down.
Have you been to the bottom of the Red Sea?
Bones with coral growing on it, skeletons with coral growing on it.
Have you been there? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Any pictures of it? Hey, any pictures of it?
Have you seen the Earth with your own eyes?
That's what I thought. I'm looking down. I just saw it.
Listen, let him speak. Even though you disagree with him, let him make his point.
Okay, go ahead.
If you guys need proof for everything, and why is religion? Religion's based on, I was taught this. I was raised believing this. Therefore, it's right. Okay, then
no, it's not.
Why are you turning around and saying, it's not a globe? You were just taught that. You were raised like that. It's like, okay, same for your religion. It's the same shit.
You're an idiot. Nobody was born Christian. Nobody was born Christian.
Hold on, bro. So the thing is, I want to address the guy. Okay. So you're right? If we don't verify things, it is faith, right? But the thing about Christianity, right, it's not a religion in the sense that you just got to believe it. In a couple of spots, it tells you to watch out for pseudoscience, and in another spot, it says test all things, right? So is Christianity a thing?
Yes.
Look, I'm sorry.
Hold on, bro. Give me a second. I'll let you speak. It's okay. I'll let you speak when I'm done. I'm almost done. So the thing is that does Islam tell you to test it? Right? Does the globe Earth tell you to go out and test it? No, the globe Earthers tell you to go measure the sun, the moon, the stars, the shadows from the sun, right? But Christianity, right, specifically Paul, says go test all things. Is the shape of the Earth a thing?
But that doesn't make it correct. You know what I mean? Just saying like, well, okay, I'm going to say the Earth's made of cheese. Go test it. That doesn't mean the Earth's made of cheese because I told you to test it. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean it's real.
That's not the same. That's not the same thing.
Christianity is more akin to science than it is to a religion because it's telling you to go out and test all things. All things.
You are an
Like
atheist.
science.
You are an atheist.
And then Paul, dude, give me a second. Where are you at, man? I'll meet you if you don't be quiet. And then Paul says to Timothy, watch out for pseudoscience. Or sometimes it's translated science falsely so-called. Right? I mean, to me, that's like, what the server's all about. Now, not everybody here is a Christian. And, you can't really argue whether or not Christ existed. You can't argue whether or not he walked on water and raised himself from the dead. Okay, you can argue those things, right? But you can't really argue test all things and watch out for pseudoscience. You can't really argue that.
May I speak now, Henkel? May I speak now?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm finished.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, given you say that God is fake, Chinstar, is that what you mean? You're saying you don't believe in any God?
I don't know. I just haven't seen any proof of it, so I'm not going to say I believe in it. I'm not going to say I don't believe in it.
Well, I'm going to tell you why Christianity is the most reliable religion, because Christianity is different from every religion. Because let's bring up Islam, for example. No offense to Muslims, but the main reason that started it is because Muhammad had a private experience with an angel. He came out and told everybody about it, and everybody believed him. The difference with Christianity is that Christianity is based off of eyewitness events of the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the miracles of Jesus, the apostles, and other believers. And martyrdom testimony is the most reliable testimony because people do not die for things they believe are a lie. And the more martyrdom testimonies an event has, the more likelihood the event occurred. Now, I am not saying that it's a 100% proof you don't have to believe it. I am telling you that it is a reliable religion because other religions are not based off of testimonial accounts but of legends, which makes them unreliable. We can test the biblical proof. We can use the different locations in the Bible and find real things in the world that came from the thing. But as Henkel said, you cannot prove Jesus walked on water and all that stuff because that is not something you can disprove right now. For example, okay, you can.
You were saying earlier. You were saying go to the bottom of the Red Sea. You'll find chariots. Have you been to the bottom of the Red Sea and have you seen the chariots?
No, but the thing is, the scientists who did not even believe in God, they tested it for themselves, and they have provided video evidence. You can find as well. I can send it to you, and they have found it very many. There is also, you can search this up as well if you think I am lying. There is an underwater land bridge in Egypt where the Red Sea was. There was an underwater land bridge, which means that God did not, Moses did not split the Red Sea as you thought it was, like how they describe it in movies, all that stuff, where they make it like two giant waves, two giant tsunami waves that are split. It's not like that. It's an underwater land bridge, and God did not make it.
You said,
excuse me?
This is my problem with it. You said scientists discovered it was there. Scientists also tell you the Earth is a globe, so you choose to believe that scientists found this because that's what you want to believe to suit your thoughts. It's very convenient.
There is a difference between pseudoscience and real science.
Okay.
The thing is, this is on Earth. This is on Earth. We can go right now and test it for ourselves. The difference with the space Earth is that you cannot go outside of space. You cannot go outside of space and just say, "Oh, I can test this. I see this. I whatever." No.
Science is can.
You're saying you need faith to believe in a God, but you need faith to believe in a globe Earth. So you're contradicting yourself.
I need faith to believe in a God, but I need faith to believe in a globe.
Yep.
I mean, if you consider picture evidence, or if you consider evidence from eyewitnesses like you did for Christianity, then I'll use the same for the globe. Like,
okay, I posted 53 archaeological digs that prove that what's in the Bible is written correctly. You can look at it or you can completely ignore it. I don't care either way, right? So you are correct, like I said from the beginning. There are things that we take on faith, right? So what we're doing is we're reforming, right? Us people that you call flat earthers, we're saying we don't want any more pseudoscience, right? We're not going to take videos and images and cartoons, right? And we're not just going to give away blind faith anymore. From now on, there's going to have to be substantial evidence, scientific evidence when applicable. And if somebody says, well, I got this theory, but you can't prove it wrong, then we can just dismiss it without anything, but just dismiss it, right? But what we're not going to do is we're not going to hand wave information anymore. All information, we're going to take a look at it, we're going to scrutinize it. Just like the Bible says to do, just like the scientific method says to do. It says to test all things, right? That sounds like science to me. I mean, if you went to a doctor, right, and this doctor, you said, how many times have you done this operation? He said, oh, you're my first try, right? You kind of be a little worried, right? He's never tested out, in real life what he learned on paper. Right?
Did Jesus walk on water?
The Bible says that he did.
Okay, where's the evidence for that?
The thing is, the Bible is historically accurate, so if it says it did, then it probably did, buddy.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I've already said that we can have a debate about this, right? It's debatable. So the evidence for that is first-hand account eyewitnesses that people wrote down.
Why do we believe this?
Yeah, I believe
well, I mean, it's a part of the faith, but here's the thing. There's a difference between scientific evidence and hearsay and other forms of inquiry. So
we know that Jesus existed.
One second. But again, at best, it's hearsay.
So many men have swung from a rope, right, based off of first-hand account eyewitness. Because in court, right, if people are saying, hey, I saw him do this, and another guy says, yeah, I'm not connected to this party, I'm, third party impartial witness, I also saw him do this, that guy's fucked. Right? Because now there's two people, right, saying that he saw this guy murder this guy.
How do you know that happened? Like, it's
you're trolling because you're just saying, why do you believe that?
You think I'm a troll because I'm asking for evidence?
You're not even listening to what we're saying. You're just
shut the fuck up. I'm leaving.
Yeah, you leave, you fucking troll.
No, 1v1, 1+1. Don't just call people trolls in here, because I'll boot you as well. I had
yes, but you were doing this the whole time.
Yeah, but 1 = 1. You're being.
I had wait there. I'm not finished. I had a 4-hour conversation with that man yesterday, and he was intellectually honest throughout. He didn't have a problem with anything that I had to say, or 4 or 5 other people that spoke to him the whole time. Get was there. I can't remember who else it was. There was a few of us that had a conversation with him, right? 1v1. You got to realise, you are literally not even a flat earther, and you're a globe skeptic, right? You don't speak for the server. You don't start. You don't start labeling people trolls.
The entire chat, yeah, rumpusing.
And ruin the entire chat. Okay, I will completely remove you from the fucking server if I catch it again. Okay, you don't get to do that. End of.
Yeah, and the bottom line is it's not in line with the server rules and the rules we have here. So that's something that could be discussed in biblical or in the Quran. So there's other places, but not here.
I'm sorry, but yeah, well, I was just like the thing is, I was trying to explain to him, but he kept using the argument. Why do you believe this? Why do you believe that?
Yeah, we've been having discussions about being triggered by these people, so just relax a little bit. It's all right, no problem.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah, 1v1. I was about to moderate your ass just before he did. Dude, I was trying to have a conversation with a guy, and now I don't have anyone to have a conversation with.
Shucks. Doggone it. That's okay.
I mean, I know it wasn't on the flat Earth, but I was gonna steer it that way after, I got a chance to speak. But
that's what I was.
I mean, maybe we can tell him to go to biblical VC and we can talk about it there. Or
no, I was gonna steer it to flat Earth if you just would have let me. I kind of think you guys already heard that I was trying because I mentioned, the Earth thing and science and belief. So I was on my way to steering it there, bro. You just didn't let me do it.
So, Chinster, if you're there, come on back in. You can still have the discussion.
I'm DMing him.
There you go.
oh, we're gonna stop talking about the God thing, right?
Yeah, it's best just not to talk about it on the live stream because there's going to be people with different points of views and it's going to cause controversy and obstruct from the true conversation.
And I don't even think it's a problem with bringing it up. We can touch on those things, but the emphasis needs to be on the actual empirical measurement side of it. And then when you do that, then it's okay to touch on it because you're going, and the numbers show this in reality or something like that. We actually show this happening. So if you stick to that, I don't think we can lose.
That's all that guy was saying is if this channel is all about, things you can prove. So don't take offense to what he said.
And I don't mean to say that it's like a win or lose.
He had a good point. He was on point with the server.
Yeah.
That's why I was agreeing with him. That's why I didn't understand why everybody was trying to yell at him.
I was just trying to say, unless you have tested it, then you can't speak about it. That's just like, the flat Earth. If you haven't tested the validity of Earth not being curved or the Earth being curved, then you can't really be an expert on it. Right?
Nobody was trying to yell at him. We just have a troll amongst our midst. That's it.
It's not that he's a troll. It's that he doesn't know how to conduct himself. He's younger, and he's new to the channel. And because he's a flat earther, I think he thought, here's a glober and someone who doesn't believe what I believe, I can just smash him into the ground. When in fact this is a live stream. We conduct ourselves in certain ways in this live stream. We're respectful to people. We let people take their turns and stuff like that. But at the same time, there's sort of a semblance of, you have to spend a certain amount of time here and be cautious at the beginning when you spend your time here. You don't come in here like a sledgehammer, because people don't necessarily know that your information that you're sledgehammering into people's faces is 100% legit. You only really get that sort of grace to be able to do that sort of thing once you've proved yourself to be someone of a credible reliability of an informational provider. It's that simple.
Well, I think it's kind of like this. You know how you have stages of grief? And when you're a flat earther, now, because I'm giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, you're a flat earther, this awakening, or whatever you want to call it, you go through all these stages. It's almost like this.
Right, I'm off out, guys. I only came up to moderate that. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I just saw him up there. Like I saw what was that one-on-one guy, and I was like, I knew what was going to happen, so I just wanted to stop it because I had a really good convo with that guy for 4 hours yesterday. 4 hours, not a single problem, And
did he talk to you about the God thing?
Yes, I spoke to him about everything. It's the way you start calling him a troll. People don't like being called trolls because they just leave. So that's what I'm telling you.
What happened before? You weren't here for the full conversation when we were talking about.
Bro, I've got the live stream playing next to me on my laptop, bro. I'm listening to this stuff all the time, mate. Trust me. I know what happened.
Henkil, what did he say when he first asked it? He was like,
You spoke about the server, and if the server's about empiricism, then why most of you basically have backgrounds in religion? He was talking about, is there not some sort of inconsistency there? I
Yeah,
believe.
but I think, see, someone should have corrected him because it's not religion. I mean, if you're talking about what it says in the Bible relating to how it relates to reality, then it's not about religion at all. It's like, does it relate or not? Like, there's a question there, so it needs to be directed like that. That's what my thing. Like, so.
That's what Hank was trying to do.
Yeah, I know. I agree. That's what I was waiting to hear. That I was on the edge of my seat for that one.
yeah, my apologies. It's just like he came off as like kind of a troll because his mic was so loud and he.
Yeah, but
was like,
honestly, listen, your mic was super loud too. For me, I had to turn you down to 75% as well. So it's like that's kind of. But listen, we've been trying to moderate ourselves and being not so adversarial, right, group?
Exactly. We want to be welcoming.
So we want to continue the conversation. That's what our motivation is. We want to continue the conversation. We want it to go to its inevitable end instead of ending it quickly for whatever reason. Just
you're welcome.
That's true.
Consistent in that way. So
that's true. But we just talked about people that come in here with these weird agendas.
Oh, we know
exactly.
Believe me, we know.
What
when that happens, what I like to do is like a secret game of chess. So I don't go on accusing people of being trolls. I just ask them questions and then ask them why they aren't answering my questions directly. That's a lot more fun.
Well, I did not get that type of respect yesterday because people instantly called me troll.
Well, guess what? Maybe that was a mistake, but ultimately, you don't have the space to make these kinds of criticisms with your roles. Crack already warned you. For you, the conversation's over.
So just chill, hang out, do more research. If there's something pertinent, I think none of us minds if you chime in, but you can't just dominate. I mean, look, I don't have anything wrong with someone who can take the conversation into a good place when it has a logical consequence. But when it doesn't, then it gets all confusing for us listening. And I'm like, then it doesn't take long for me to just go, I don't want to freaking listen to that. But if it's going somewhere and it has a logical, like I said, it goes to this conclusion. That's what we're trying to do here. So you haven't been around long enough to be to all the silver meetings, all the gold meetings, all the precious metals, all the, like before we used to have like all these debates going on, one-on-ones, all kinds of things, so hang out, relax, chill for a little while.
Well, let's get back on topic about FlatEarth. Sonny, do you know about Rahu and Ketu?
Yes, I've read some about Rahu and Ketu, yeah.
Yes, like it's very mysterious how, like, when you look at the solar eclipse, is the solar eclipse the one where the moon goes in the front of the sun?
Yeah, my first wife was into the Bhagavad Gita and the apocryphal texts, and she was the first one. We used to go to Christian churches and stuff like that. She was the first one to that I
yeah, I've seen it with my own eyes.
I did some reading, and I've also been interested for a long time in ancient civilizations. For many years, I've read about these ancient civilizations. I've been fascinated about them. About, like, for instance, mostly for me personally, what was destroyed during the conquest. Like all that information and knowledge that they had. They had books, all those things, that the codexes, right?
Like yes, the Aztec, the Mayan, the Greek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of it. Yeah.
The Greek, they actually had this special. They had this special technology that predicts when the solar eclipse happened, And I presume that the NASA, they found out how to create it again, and that's how they predict it all the time.
Right. So like the Rahu and Ketu, like that's if you are taking a testimony or an oral tradition, oral history of a people that were laying out things that we can't do with the luminaries, they're setting up these things on Earth. Like, how did they do that? So, I mean, if they're saying there's Rahu and Ketu, and they were the ones that figured out how eclipses, when they're going to occur, well, they watched them for many, many years, apparently. Why would we still be using their technology from flat earthers? Because it works?
Makes you think.
Navigators all know this stuff, actually.
Yeah, like I've seen the solar eclipse with my own eyes. I look at it, I never see the moon. I just see this black circle.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to bring up again and again and again, that no moon has ever been seen approaching the solar eclipse or leaving it afterwards. It's in a 3-day new moon phase every solar eclipse. And it's my understanding that no one on Earth is seeing the moon for those 3 days. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
You're right. Nothing wrong.
So the testimony of those people is much more valid than any perpetrator going around telling you spinning ball in space and all this nonsense that we hear over and over again. The onion gets you just have to keep peeling it away, because once you lie about something and you have no basis for it, then there's nothing else but if they demand to continue with it, then they just have to continue building on it. And that's why we have this raveled mess, that's ball of yarn.
Garbage.
That's
duct tape.
That's been
Super glue.
up. Yeah, man. Tell me about it. Duct
Rubber
tape.
glue. Yeah.
Curtain
So I
rods.
agree with the last thing you said. But the thing you said before that, like, I don't necessarily agree with Rahu and Ketu. I've never seen them.
Yeah.
And I say that the moon is in the right place at the right time to cause the eclipse. And that's where we get the, moon is roughly the same size, at least apparently, in the sky, as the sun. And some people might say that all the craters on the moon are from electrical discharges between the two. But this is a lot of speculation, right? Because we don't like to make claims about the heavenly bodies around here.
That's true.
So the sun gives warmth, right? We can all feel it. And we have instruments now that can feel that the moon gives off cold light. Or at least that's what it seems. So other than that, we can't really make claims except for those are lights in the sky. And they make a circuit, orbit, whatever you want to call it, once every 24 hours, roughly. That's about all we can say about that.
That's true.
You think you can make a claim on the alleged craters?
No.
What do you think?
I would
not really.
I would not. I would not make a claim. How could I make a claim about something I don't know what it is, what its origins are, what it's made of, how far it is, what its light source is? I know nothing about it. How are you going to make claims?
Or at least on what it's not?
You'd have to know what it was made of and how you'd have to know the.
You can't describe something as what it's not.
Yeah, what it caused it to be formed. How was it created? You don't know. You'll never know any of that information.
For a lot of people, they look right at it, telescope, camera, whatever, and they say, "Oh, there's the craters. That's it for me."
Yeah, all of them are. Why are they all 90-degree perfect direct hits?
No, I hear you. I know all that. I'm just saying for them.
So, it seems more like a process, like something bubbling. Then, if you think of it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it? People have shown that.
Yeah, I just want to point out it's all speculation, just about every single part of it. And it's crazy because you have people on here on Earth that say you can't know anything, right? Science doesn't prove things, right? But on the same breath, they'll tell you they know how much like Jupiter weighs, how much mass the sun has, how much mass the Earth has.
Yeah,
it's like, how do you know that? You don't know anything. The Earth is a sphere. How do you know that? You don't know anything. It's like in reality, we can know things here on Earth, but we have trouble knowing things that are up above or down below. So what's going on 8 miles and 5 inches down below? Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue.
Right.
Unless the Russians got a microphone down there. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I speculate that it is hell.
So see, at the end of that journey, when you get to this place where our human resources have failed us in this trying to seek, we can only go so far. You know, then we reach our limit. So what we do know is this:
Yeah.
like the lights in the sky are this. We know they're lights of some kind,
Mhm.
right? I think that's all fair.
Well,
That's fair to
well,
say.
okay, okay.
That's
You
lights.
can go a
Hold on,
little
hold on.
further.
Wait,
You can go a little further.
Wait, I'm trying to set up a premise. It'll only take me a
Oh,
couple
okay.
minutes. So they are lights, right? So what happens with lights? We also know this about those lights in the sky. They are very mechanical, like in the way they rotate.
Oh, there you go.
They're very specific in where they're over us. Where is that can be measured at specific times of year. They're over exact same places over Earth. So, like, if they are lights and it's moving in a clock like fashion, it implies to me as a mechanical minded person that there's some kind of mechanics going on. Plus, if they're lights, what happens with lights? Lights have lens changes. Think about it. What happens in photography? There's changes like so I think it's allowed me to expand my imagination as far as the things I don't know into like more possibilities, because if you do take what you do know, they're lights. What happens with lights? We don't know what kind of light, the source of light, but we do know certain things happen with light. Something's put in front of it that polarizes the light. A lens change. There's mechanics going on. That's my speculation.
Yeah, well said. That's good.
I think it might be some form of imagery that we're witnessing. There's something, because it seemed to me in the last few years, 4 or 5 years, since I just figured out, well, discovered flat Earth truths. Well, I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. It happens.
It's all cool.
But I like to stick to the fundamentals of Earth itself, because they are so fundamental, you know?
Have you heard Get talk about the accuracy of those machines that he's worked with?
Yeah, I've worked with machines like, well, not as accurate as that, but really very, very accurate.
3D printers that are, I don't remember exactly. I think he said 100 meters long.
Wow, yeah.
It's
I worked
incredible.
with a big machine that had 3 10,000ths of an inch tolerance. And the column that had the tools on it weighed 11,500 pounds.
What weighed that much?
The column of my machine tool, the CNC machine.
Oh,
I used
wow.
to run.
Okay.
Yeah. So the flatness of that, like the levelness of those, where the machine sits, it has like a molecule of oil. It has to be perfectly level, or or it'll cut parts off center.
I'm not exactly sure why this is coming to mind, but is there a difference in the level? Okay, I think I answered my own question talking about it. I was going to say, is there a difference in the level of a foundation that's flat and the actual level, if that makes any sense? I answered my own question.
You probably want to talk to one of the civil engineers. If you're talking about level, sea level.
Right. If you were to put a level on a sound flat, even if it's really close foundation, but it's not level, then it would probably show that.
Yeah.
It's a good point. How do Globers explain that the level?
Well,
The air bubble. It always goes to the same place.
Exactly.
How do they? There's so many things. I don't get it.
Here's how they get in the corner, because if you talk to them about plumb lines, there's no deviation in plumb lines. And building anything real. And drawing some squiggly lines on a piece of paper is not how anything done is done in the real world. Like, we don't build things with warped plumb lines. Plumb lines don't warp.
There had to be. You guys have been here for a while. There had to be some architects to come in here, right? And talk about plumb lines, level, all that kind of thing. Yeah.
I don't know. We might have
Not
had
really?
architects, but I don't remember specifically.
I mean, I'm sure between the group, there's probably enough architectural knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just wondering about architecture at Glober.
And building.
I got enough architecture in my mind just to cover that.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Technology, yeah.
I'm curious to what they're thinking on that.
I don't think they're really thinking about it, are they?
Like,
They're going
what?
off into
What would
I mean,
cause
it's
that?
not. Well, it's not like 90% of the people who are pushing this stuff really even know it's really lie or truth, do they?
No, exactly. Yeah, that's the bad part. That's the hard part, I should say.
I'm gonna have to fuck somebody up. Hold on.
It's really so bizarre. Did he say he's going to go F someone up? I didn't want to.
Maybe.
I'm trying to tone down my cursing.
Could have been
unnecessary.
check. Well, let's go with check something out.
Check something out. Very well. We'll go with that. It's been a really fun day, actually, here on the Discord. And
I was here listening, or I was listening to Witsit talk about the quote. Oh, or not talking about. He was reading the quotes.
Yes,
That was great.
Yes, man. And I'm like hooked on that stuff
Yeah,
now.
man.
I think I'm going to start just researching that, reading the references, and using those only for my entire flats match.
What do you
Use
say
them.
about that?
They're hostile
That's so
witnesses.
good.
Use them and do only that. Well, did you hear about how they'll get so? Oh, that'll trigger the hell out of them. Think about that.
It
Just
will.
go, and
It
what
will.
about
It's a
Hoyle?
good
said
experiment.
this, that it's taboo to be the center of the universe, and that's why it's intolerable, and we call it the center,
Exactly.
the
There you
doom, the whatever.
I don't want to talk about the guy, but Chin, whatever it was,
Chinster.
He was saying he got really triggered immediately as soon as like there's the idea that we could be the center of everything.
Chinstrap?
Yeah, I know. I know. I didn't want to say chinstrap, even though I think I coined that.
I did the first time. I just thought it was funny. I'm sorry if it
That's
embarrassed you.
immediately what I thought, because we had
I don't
someone
wanna
in
bring it
boot camp. I had someone in boot camp we called Chinstrap. I forget.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Making fun of someone, but his name was Chinstrap. Maybe that was my personal pet name for him.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I was just saying. I think it's funny that it looked like.
There's a 35-year-old in my boot camp division, and he was like the god. He was the god of the group.
What? You're in boot camp now?
Oh, that's funny. No, this is
I'm
years
sorry.
ago. Just had a memory. It was so funny. He knew how to sew. He knew how to do all this kind of extra stuff. None of these youngsters knew.
I know. Shoot.
What's wrong with sewing, man?
I already knew.
No, nothing. I'm saying it was great.
Nothing wrong with sewing, man.
We had a huge advantage.
I already knew how to take care of myself, and actually, I just got done sailing a few years before, 6,000 miles on a sailboat.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you talked about that before. I didn't know it was that far though.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's interesting. Where'd you go? You said Mexico, right?
From Los Angeles, from Marina Del Rey to Martinique.
Oh shit, that's a long way.
Yeah, it's almost
Quite a
just
ways.
like America.
You've already done what I'm planning on doing. That's cool.
Yeah.
So when are we going to the South Pole?
Just kidding.
I'm not going. I would like to stay in nice sunny places, and just do observations.
I hear that.
Wouldn't that be fun? Fish. Eat
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, man. That sounds. I'd be happy with that. Like, come on, barefoot cruises. Come on, some of you rich flat earthers. I'm tired of this.
Yeah,
come
let's
on.
see.
I want a sailboat put together. Let's do
Yeah,
this.
let's build a battleship. Fuck, we're gonna need one.
Whatever.
If you want to go down there, you're gonna need icebreakers. You're gonna need a
Well,
battleship to fight
have a ship that
all
you
the
could have
crackheads,
sailboats on, and you could launch sailboats.
and you might even need some nets to catch those penguins.
Barefoot cruises. You just launched a
They
yacht
might
off of a
take you.
freaking large ship.
I've been thinking about that for years. Be the one to sail to the north or wherever, but ultimately, you know what's going to happen. I mean,
Even if you got there and got a picture, they'd stop you somewhere and take it from you.
Just kind of do island
Right.
hopping for 4 months and go back to whatever you were
So
doing
it's a
before.
fun dream.
And then go out and do it again for a few 4 months, 3-4 months. That would be so fun.
No doubt. No doubt. I can't wait.
I don't think I could personally handle longer than that at sea or on a boat. I'm just too old, but it'd be fun for 3 months. I could do it for 3 or 4 months, I bet.
Oh yeah, I mean, say you have a crew of 10 on, I don't know, 50 footer of some kind, and you got a
dream
kitchen.
bigger. Let's dream bigger. Let's go 100. Let's go 110 feet.
Oh wow, okay. Sure. Captain that beast, that'd be awesome.
Okay, have a crew of 10 and
Be great. You could do anything.
Could
Yeah.
Earth 24.
Where's Josh at? You still in here?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
that's
still
some
here.
people's hobbies. That's easily doable.
I was just curious.
That'd be
I didn't hear your
awesome.
voice.
Yeah, well, other people were talking.
So I noticed that
I'm not feeling well right now.
came back again. You know, I'm starting to think that these kids are the same kids. Because I was on the Ever After show the other day afternoon, and there was a kid. I swear, it sounded just like that same kid that we were talking to last night. Sounded just like him. Only he was a little bit more nice than the other guy.
Which
but I
show?
swear it was the same voice. It was, you know, the Ever After show. Like, I think it's
Ever After.
Nathan Oakley's. Yeah, you know, like they have a show that goes on afterwards. After the show's over, they have people go in there and talk. The debate channel, 24/7 debate, whatever. Anyway, it just sounds like they sound very, very similar. Almost like they're the same person, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Especially that Chinster guy, and there was another guy. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday that I talked to. Well, he was really smart. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying he was really smart, but it sounds a lot like the same guy. Could be.
Yeah, well, there was that one Bob who got cognized and immediately jumped on a new account.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that was earlier today, wasn't it? Or was it last
I
night?
didn't catch him on the new account.
Yeah, I had to go up there and ask him, hey, Bob, why did you get a new account? Why are you in here with this account?
Oopsie.
Oops.
He was the one who
Got right in.
he was talking about himself. He said he had a bunch of different accounts, right?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And that he also had, I think he was talking about proof of some kind, but obviously nothing was presented.
I know. I'm sick of that. They come in, they're like, "Oh, well, I'd come on the show and I'd show you all my evidence," but they're always mean to me. I'm like, "Well, then I'll go on there and I'll defend you." I said, "You'll get a fair shake." Nope, can't do that. Sorry.
Or they say they have proof and they just weasel around and don't answer any questions. Never bring the proof forward. Just continue changing the topic.
I should post some of the evidence that I've gotten in the last few days. Because one of them was a picture of that, you know, that car they claim they put in space. It was a picture of that car in space looking down at the Earth, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're joking, right?" He goes, "No, this is evidence." I go, "Well, how do you figure that's evidence, bro?" And he's like, "Well, you can see it right there." I'm like, let's just look at one thing about that car. I said, "What would happen to a tire if it was in a vacuum?" I said, "I don't think it would still be aired up, do you?" "Oh, no, it wouldn't explode. It would only get up to 45 pounds or something like that." It was so funny, dude. I was like, you're joking me, right? I thought he was kidding. But he was like, totally serious.
Oh, I hear you, man. I got people talking to me about planets all the time. I don't know how to even deal with it.
Dude, imagine thinking space exists.
Exactly.
Imagine.
Yeah, Drace was quizzing a Glober about a car in space and like how could it
Yeah,
survive
I think that
space?
was the tail end of the conversation I had. Probably.
Yeah, I was cracking up. It was hilarious. The Glober
How
just
come
had nothing to say.
the sun? How long has it been up there? Supposedly now, a couple years, at least 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, those tires would have failed. All the plastic.
Oh, I think you meant the moon. I was going to say, is it really that new?
No, I'm talking about the Tesla Roadster.
It's headed to
the thing is
fake orbit
tires.
somewhere.
Well, tires, they have a date, a best if used by date, and do not use after this date. It's the ODOT date, or ODOT, the DOT date, right? And basically, what this thing does is it allows the tire. It guarantees the tire will hold pressure until that date, and then the cross-linking in the rubber starts breaking down. The only thing that causes that, really, in reality, is the sun. This thing is up there without any tire shades, right? Those tires would have been popped, the dashboard would have been cracked. The paint, right? Unless they're using some sort of like new polymer
because it's
paint that doesn't oxidize. It would have been oxidized, you know? And then like all the foam, it would have been exited the seats.
It would have sprayed. It would have sprayed out into space.
Yeah, my point. And then, of course, okay, so then I'm going on about this, right? And then this other guy comes along, or the same guy comes along, and he goes, well, wait a minute. And then he's like, well, this guy's saying that this. And I said, no. I said, all I was doing is trying to show you how stupid your argument was, that this was evidence for a ball Earth. I said, I never said, because he was trying to like twist it around. Oh, he was good at it too. He was really, really clever at it, but he just couldn't get me. I just kept, every time he would try to like spin it around, I'm like, well, you could insult me personally and make me look out to be a dummy, or even catch me saying something that's incorrect. I said, but does that change anything about what we're talking about? No. It was really funny because he just kept trying, and I'm like, well, I gotta go, man. I ain't got all day to sit around here and argue with somebody that don't have no evidence. He kept on saying he had evidence, but then the only thing he ever showed me was that picture, and I was just like, that's not going to work, bro. I'm sorry. But you said you'd put it up, and I said, it's ridiculous. But I posted it anyway. It was just like, really? I'm sorry. Am I monologuing?
No, that was cool.
I should start recording all these conversations I have, because every once in a while I get, like I'll get one that I wish I could share, and it's like, damn it, why do I always forget to record?
On YouTube
They
somewhere.
record it on YouTube if you really want to get them.
No, this was in another channel. That's the point. It was on a channel it wasn't live or nothing. It was just you know what I mean?
I would say Audacity, but the only problem with Audacity is there's only one audio pickup, so it won't pick up what you say, just what they say.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that. That's what I was like, what the fuck?
So
yeah,
you would have.
I usually just record it off YouTube with the delay. Yeah.
Well, what you would have to do is download on-screen broadcaster, OBS, and set it up just with audio.
No, oh yeah. In order to do it in a room that's not live, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and just catch the audio.
Well, I've got this thing called sound card or soundboard or something like that you can adjust. Like you can tell it where you want it to play the sound, whether through the mic or through the headset and all that. So I think you could probably adjust something in there and make it work. But
well, I'm just saying that's the only problem with Audacity. It's either speakers or like speaker input or audio input. You can't mix the two.
Right, and because when you speak, it doesn't go through the speakers. It doesn't come back to you. Yeah.
Unless you have it monitored.
Yeah, otherwise that would probably screw you up pretty bad, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. You kept hearing your own voice right away. That would suck.
Well, not just that, because it echoes and it's just poor quality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's pretty much poor quality anyway.
Yeah, OBS, you can set the channels, so you can set just audio channels. But like if you're using a phone, good luck recording anything because it's actually considered a phone call. And telephony doesn't work with voice recorders.
I didn't know that.
Unless you're using an emulator, but it's not worth it.
I need an emulator. I can emulate pretty much any kind of voice I want, if I really want to.
Well, I mean, Android emulator over an iPhone emulator.
Oh, yeah. Okay. See how dumb I am? I don't really know. Like I said, there's a reason why they call me.
It's all about getting that.
There are things that I do know a lot about. Don't get me wrong, but in general, I know a little bit about everything, but I really don't know a lot about anything.
Yeah, join the club. That's how I am. I'm a generalist, not a specialist.
Well, I'll only specialize in something if it really, really interests me. Then I'll get involved and I'll put the time in it. But it has to be passionate. It has to mean something to me. Otherwise, I won't.
Like females, right?
Stubborn.
When it comes to females, I'm a specialist.
Oh, that's a mystery.
Welcome to the.
That's a mystery. That's mystery school stuff. Don't talk about that online.
Welcome to the masterclass, Grasshopper. Just kidding.
Welcome to the masterclass.
Oh wow, I got some donkeys.
Who's 1 equals 1? Who's 1 equals 1? I think I know Proton. Yeah, I know who he is because he changed his name a couple times. Who's this 1 equals 1 guy? You in there? Or you already talked to us yet?
Hey, Rookie, check voice text live stream. I posted a link for you. Check that out. Yeah. You can use that to split the audio and the audio.
Cool.
Yeah, that banana will work with Linux as well.
This free stuff here?
Yeah.
All right, on. Cool, I'll check it out. Thank you. I appreciate
the best stuff. Yeah. And grab that
OBS.
OBS.
I'll save it to my home screen so I don't forget about it. So I usually do. I'll forget about putting it in my clipboard. Just add it, and then I'll be like, what is this?
Yeah, see, with the OBS, you can disable the preview because you're not catching any video. You're just getting the audio and then save it to MP3.
I see. I got you. And it doesn't take up so much.
You can do the same thing with NDI and then have it beaming out to another destination and just have audio streaming through.
Okay.
Or you can set it up to where it's doing your whole desktop. And then you can access it from that other station. It's kind of neat.
All right, who the hell is that? There's some guy walking around my neighborhood and he's starting to get on my nerves. About ready to go out here and do something.
Yeah, I'm going to guess what's going to happen. You're going to go out there and confront him and he's going to say, yeah, are you Ricky 1978 or 1976? Yeah, here, you've been served.
3. Served with what? I couldn't possibly get sued. I don't piss anybody off. Wait a minute. What's your name? That was a joke. I know it was a bad one. Who the fuck is he talking to? He's like, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't even sound like he's talking in English.
Me?
Go check this guy. No, not you. The guy over here behind my house. He's like walking down the street there and he's like mumbling something to himself. And he's casing the neighborhood is what he's doing. That's how they do it nowadays. Is they come to the neighborhood and they talk to themselves and they pull their pants halfway down and they stare at the sky and they talk to the sky. And then the whole time they're casing your neighborhood and the next night they steal a whole bunch of shit out of your yard and out of the back of your car or whatever. Little bastards. We'll catch some bitch next time. We'll kick his ass. Oops, sorry.
He's just confused Glover. See, that's the thing. Inside of every Glober, there's a true flat earther waiting to get out.
You got a point. Or just a truther waiting to come out. Jim. Where'd this motherfucker? Really?
But you can never gain any truth if you listen to stars. If you listen to these famous people,
rocks,
right? You'll never gain anything from that knowledge. It's pseudo knowledge. So all that time that everybody says, "Oh, I'm watching this stuff because I want to see what LeBron James is spending all his money on," who cares?
We care. I was gonna say we care. Oh, it's a woman. Ugh.
Who cares about LeBron James? He's a jock.
God, I should take a picture of this woman. Dude. Trust me.
The guy couldn't even flip a burger to save his life. Like, if all sports were banned, he'd starve. He'd be in the breadline. Because ain't no way anybody's going to pay him for speaking because he's a racist cunt. Well, the reason why he has that clout, because he played for the Miami Heat and gave them championship. It's true.
I posted another link for you guys to use. It's free. Alfred camera. I think you set up a little home security. Use all your old phones for whatever to go with your video, your audio.
Old phones. Wow.
Yeah, I recommend that. Most security, cameras, systems, it cost you like $100-$200 easy. If you can use your own phone, and pay like whatever subscription fee or whatever to get the app, I would recommend
Robot.
Jesus.
Now read with confidence. Yeah, I've got two cameras pointing outside towards the weed garden.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, see, I have these cameras. They're wireless. I don't have a receiver for them.
What is this?
I got like 3 of these cameras, one inside the house and 2 outside the house. They were part of a security package, but then my grandfather had canceled it, and they didn't get the cameras because he had purchased the cameras, but the receiver, the wireless receiver, like he sent back for some reason. He's gone through a couple of security home systems, and they're ripoffs. Complete and total ripoffs. This one, I had to rip all the sensors off the wall and cut the line. They said, if you cut the line, we're arresting you. And I said, I'm cutting the line, and you can take the fucking unit and shove it up your ass. Good luck finding it. You can't get blood from a turnip, and what are you going to lock me up for? It's my house. I don't want this on the house. The person who had it is deceased. Honor that, or I'll see you in court. Supreme Court deal. I will take it to the Supreme Court. The only reason why they want their unit in the house, when it's not being used, somebody can break in and they won't call anything. It's to monitor everything that goes on inside the house. And this is unconstitutional. So yeah, don't use any home monitoring systems unless you have it all open source and you control it on your end. Otherwise, you're just training the AI.
Now, what to do about these Apple phones, Android phones, eh?
I heard they make pretty good river rocks. You could just toss them in a river.
Well, what is an android? It's a robot, right?
Robot.
Now, are you the robot, or is it the robot? Because remember, it used to wake up. It used to wake up and go, droid. right? That's like calling yourself an android. Hey, robot, I'm ready. Use me.
Quick message from Dave Hinkle. Are there any globe earthers in the room that want to talk about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
I don't know. I'm driving.
Globe skeptic. Proton. What's up, Proton? Are you a glober? Chime in.
There's a no rolls person in here, Gene Double O, if they want to go up to the VC check-in or whatever y'all want to do.
Out on the fence with Vardouche.
Gene Double O, where is he?
Hey, Vardouche, can you hear me?
What'd you say?
Trying to talk to Vardouche or any glober that wants to chime in.
Hey, I ain't one of those. Don't insult me.
I'm not a douche. How dare you?
Right,
Don't insult me.
you're on the fence, right?
I mean, you could probably give me skeptic at this point.
Skeptic. Okay, so you're beyond the fence.
Wow, that was fast.
I mean, I've been here listening for a long time, so it's not like it was fast. I mean, it's just gradually going up there.
So when you first got here, go ahead, Hank. I was going to ask him a quick question. When you first got here, what was your percentage belief in the globe, and what is it now?
That's actually a good question.
0 to 100.
2 years ago. Actually, let's start with 2 years ago instead of when I joined, because I joined, let's just say a month ago. I don't even know. 2 years ago, it was more like 75 to 25. And then when I joined, it was 51 to like 49. And then now it's, I'd probably say 75 to 25, except to the flat side.
Okay.
Even higher than that, because you guys have just said a lot of good points. I mean, just dissing all of those Glovers, you guys are good.
Well, it's not anything we do. It's just the globe has no evidence, so it's pretty easy. But go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, and there's a shit ton of proof in the server. A shit ton. I mean, what can't they understand about it?
It's you that don't understand because this is far too complex, right? If you think it's just as easy as falsifying their stuff, not only do you have to falsify the dimensions of the Earth, but you also have to falsify whatever words pop out of their mouth once you do that. So if they say refraction, then you got to go all up into refraction and explain to them what refraction is, and then 30 seconds later they'll explain to you what refraction is, and you don't know.
People just need to get into a class of this, and once they do, they'll just understand more of their surroundings, people. And, I mean, maybe it sounds better if you call it more like a relief once they understand.
Hey,
Hopefully, you guys agree.
Thanks for talking about that, because like it's nice that there's people here that are just listening to the conversations. Because once you do that, like it makes a big difference.
That's 100%. 100%. Thanks for letting me in here and letting me listen to all of your information and facts.
Yeah, what are you talking about? It's nice that we mentioned what?
All of your information and facts. Because like it helped me a lot to understand everything of why this is that, why that's that, and people are just giving bullshit answers. And then once you're in this Discord, I mean, people will or should understand of why Earth is flat. I mean, come on.
But you don't.
Yes. I mean, I spent a lot of time in the information of like A to something to Z, A to Z. Additional information, AL and AZ or MZ.
So do you have a rebuttal for that stuff we can help you with?
No, I 100% agree. Like, there's a lot of good information and sites and pictures and videos. I mean, once you see it, you're like, oh shit. Well, why did I believe that in the first place? And then once you see it, how can you deny that?
Yeah, the evidence stands on its own, and the evidence stands on reality. Or yeah, yeah. Like if something is reality is the foundation that we're going on, or the template that we're using to lay other information over, does it match reality or not? That's a yes or no question. It like the information itself, our experience out in nature, ourself, the Earth itself is the example. Reality itself is the reference. So it just kind of is what it is. Earth is measurably, demonstrably is flat. We can prove this over and over again repeatably. So there's really not much to rebut on our side. We're just presenting information to people. People can pick it up and do whatever they want with it.
Yeah. Once they get all this information that's found on the server, I mean, you're flipping people's minds.
Also, for me, when you take out all the fiction, like in the book stories, like the sci-fi stories, and all the movies, take out all the movies, and you take out NASA, we don't have none of that stuff that we believe about space growing up.
Well, once I like flipped sides and like I looked back and I was looking at, the movies and sci-fi books, pictures, and I'm just like, why did it have to take this long for me to understand something? And then, so I just want to thank you guys, actually. So, seriously.
So all we did was offered you the ability to go check for yourself, because most people don't think of it, right? Like, imagine if I said, hey, did you know that you could, count time by the number of blinks? Because we know how many blinks people make, right? We can just have a new abstract, and instead of hours, blinks, right? So I could say, hey, I'll meet you at grandma's house at 300 blinks. Like, you've never entertained that idea. No one's ever presented it to you before. So now that I have, now you can look into it and see if it's viable. It's probably not. It's probably not viable, but that's the thing. No one's ever told you that you could look into that before, have they?
I agree, 100%. All this information and being in VC, people will, how do you say, once people see all of this, they're going to be like, oh shit, it's time for me to actually see what is the truth or find myself what is the truth. And then just looking through channels, scrolling, they'll be like, wow, there's so many things they believed, which isn't true.
Personally, bro, I just looked at history. To be honest, history, I just looked at how the whole world was constructed. To be honest, I was a globe earther too, but now I'm flat. I believe the Earth is flat. To be honest, in a way or another.
There's a lot of good information. I don't know why people are saying globe is a globe. Yeah, there are pictures, but same time they're CGI.
They're all fucking praised. I don't even know, bro. They're all just, there's something else. Every one of them. Even the fucking astronauts, bro, throwing up with demonic signs, bro. Have you seen that video where the astronaut gets pulled on a invisible little hanger, a little chip? I don't even know what you call it. You shouldn't even be able to do that when you're up in space. That makes no sense.
You could post it in live stream from voice text.
I was in a voice chat. I was in a voice chat with a guy. He live streamed it. I can post I have a whole file with everything. I can post it in lobby if you want me to. You can just look for it yourself. Mm.
Resolve sending a picture.
Hmm?
In the lobby, you just said go to lobby, and then I just see resolve.
Oh, it's not a picture, it's a link. That's everything from start to the finish. Yeah, I can send it to you in your DMs.
Let's go.
You can read if you want to.
I'm down.
Cause I'm not in English, so I can't really speak. I can't really. I'm not good at arguments, bro. Like having proper conversation. It depends on what you want to see. Look, I can just live stream, to be honest, right? Oh, can I do that? No, I can't. Mm. Oh, that's CGI bullshit.
Facebook.
What I don't get is I think it's in the Bible. Angel is depicted, and when I saw a real video of it, like of Mercury, but it looked exactly the same, with like wheels going around. It was weird. Let me see if I can find it. Can I share my screen?
No, you won't be able to show your screen. But Ezekiel's wheels. Is that what you're talking
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That shit.
Yeah, those are not angels. Those are a different class of, or you know what I mean, like angels that we're talking, like people are not. They look like, they really do look like people, not like little babies with wings. But those are the things you see.
It's depicted with an eye in it. The Ezekiel's wheel. It's an eye in the middle.
More than one eye. Like, isn't there a bunch of eyes?
I think it's one. I'm not sure.
These are creatures that carry God's throne.
And when you look at it, you see the videos. It really looks like it's a reflection of water.
You know, so the thing that sometimes is forgotten is that we forget sometimes the supernatural nature of our nature existing at all is supernatural. All those unexplainable things. It's like the lights in the sky are supernatural to us. We have no understanding. It's above our comprehension. So
it's depicted in the Bible.
It's why, yeah. So these things that you're talking about that in the Bible, if it relates to the nature that we happen to be living in, then I think it's something to pay attention to.
It is. In the Bible, they state
not to be ignored at all, and more of those things seem to be more and more true for me as an investigator in my own life. Seem to be more and more true as time goes on, not the other way around. And that's just my own personal investigations and journeys and explorations, whatever you want to call it.
It's almost like everything that is written in the Bible has been going through a straight line, to be honest. They mention eagles, they mention stars, slavery, an unknown nation, America. Look at the dollar bills, bro. It's all just... Yeah.
Well, I think we all kind of know one thing. Like, it doesn't matter what any of us here believe.
The U.S. is the new Egypt, to be honest.
These people that are the elite, or whatever you want to call them, that's just a word. But whatever you want to call
it. The Society of Jesus, yeah.
They believe it and are going by it. So they just believe in the other side. They're going by the same Bible, and people are saying, oh, the globe is not a religion. Oh, really? I disagree.
You can even see that they're just... You seen the Pope kissing what's those them Rothschild's hands, bro? That too. I think you're supposed to do that. Yeah, but they changed agenda and they changed name. All that. Illuminati doesn't.
Eratosthenes measured shadows before Christ. Right? So the Eratosthenes is like the globe earth Jesus. Right? They all believe in him, don't they? You ever heard a Globey question whether he exists? Of course not, right? And, you know, I'm not trying to bring it back to religion. I'm trying to show that this is how it is a religion. Like their side is a religion. For us, our side is scientific, or at least scientifically minded, because we're saying, oh, is that so? Prove it. Oh, let me go check on that. Let me go test that. Let me go measure that.
I got it. So you saying you a flat earther, right?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
And you believe in science, right?
The scientific method, of course.
Yeah. The flat earth concept that's based on the Bible, you knew that, right?
So
it's written.
Different people have different
4,000 years ago.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Listen to what I'm saying. Different people have different foundations. So if you're trying to talk to the preacher about flat earth, you're going to use the Bible. But if you're talking to your cousin that's in college who's not reading the Bible, you're going to use science.
Of course.
Right.
But there's some things you just can't explain with science, and some people just don't have the spirit. Some people just don't have the spirit, bro. And just don't have it.
Science is not really like science is full of pseudoscience. And
That's what I'm saying.
What science is supposed to mean to us, right, normal people, is that it is the natural way to explain, you know, the phenomenon. If it was done properly, right, we'd say, yeah, this is science.
Just like the Big Bang. The Big Bang is just trying to explain how the whole universe was created based on, just without God being in the picture. It's all just devilish, to be honest.
Right, but then to call these things science, right, and then say, "Do you believe in science?" I mean, that's a loaded question.
To an extent, I believe in science. To be honest, to an extent, though.
But the science that we're taught today is a religion. See, and see, in the Bible, God hates religion. He hates. You see, the God of the Bible is the real God. Whoever the real creator is, it is not science. I mean, it is not a religion. It is real science, right? So there's a thing we're taught today is the religion is a religion. But if we are to do real science and it leads us to a creator, you cannot call that a religion. That would be real science. Okay? But this thing that they call real science today, it's a religion. It's atheism, it's evolution, it's all these things, and that's the religion. You know what I mean? Not the science. Science.
I see where you're getting.
What does science mean? What does science mean?
Science is a way of explaining causes with, I don't know,
causation.
I can't put it into words.
It's a way to find a causation of natural phenomenon.
Exactly.
So what it means is to know.
Right. I'll post the link. It's just a simple.
It's like
I know, and it's based on evidence, but there's a lot of evidence that's missing, to be honest.
It's a direct derivative of gnosis.
So gotta be careful with the God thing, because when you say science and when you say religion, you gotta put these things in the right place, right? It's right.
Oh,
because
for sure.
when I say science, a lot of people will throw evolution in there, the globe in there, all these pseudosciences. So when they ask you, do you believe in science? You gotta clear that up. Like, what do you mean by that? You know what I mean? But what we mean is experiment. Okay? Like, why did this happen? You know, we're looking for the cause of it happening if we don't know. That should be real science, experimental thing, you know, with real stuff.
The thing is, I don't even think science can explain. I don't even believe in the Big Bang, to be honest. And I don't think science ever will find out what really happened.
You shouldn't,
because we already know what happened.
It was invented by a Catholic priest.
A Catholic
priest.
I don't like Catholic.
A Catholic priest. He died a priest. He was a priest while he was doing his astrology, his astronomy, right? His theoretical physics. While he was doing that, he was still part of the church, but he was part of another group called the Jesuits. George Lamar. He invented the Big Bang Theory. One thing is needed to support it, and it's not evolution. George Lamar. He's an Austrian physicist.
The Jesuit, you know, the Society of Jesus.
You broke up there a little bit.
I think he's having connection problems. Our douche is cool. I like him. He sits here and he listens and he's respectful.
Sorry, Mom. Mic cut out.
Yeah, what were you?
I was talking about he was talking about the Society of Jesus. I know the Pope's in it.
Yeah, there are popes in it.
It's fucking. It's just it's just a new face of the elite. To be honest,
it's the military arm of the Vatican.
I know. I know that. I know that.
They're anti-Protestant.
But everybody know that the so-called people call them, you know, people call them the Illuminati, but it changed face though. It changed agenda as well.
Yep.
And that's what we call the Jesuits, or the Society of Jesus.
That's why I'm saying there's two different Illuminati groups. One of them that makes himself be known, they're not. They're just magicians and music. Right?
Oh, there's public relations, right?
Astrology is devilish too. Magic, everything is all that bullshit.
Look at the dollar bill, right? It's full of propaganda. People that, these are their so-called, front men, right? Public relations.
It depicts an empire, just like as it depicts Egypt. And they look up to the Egypt, to the Eye of Ra.
Astrology,
what was it?
Astrology is a geocentric, so I believe it's part of the hidden knowledge. It's part of the secret mystery schools. That's part of the hidden knowledge. So they don't have it all wrong. The skies are moving around us, above us.
Yeah, in fact, Atlas had the sky on his back, the firmament on his back. It was not the earth.
But that's not secret knowledge, right? I mean, they might know what it really is, but what it really is it's self-evident, right? I mean, that's not a ball. But they've done a good job lying to setting up their big, indoctrination system. Global. Think about that word, global. What comes, word association, like, Hank, global. What do you see in your mind?
Banksters.
Global control will have to be enforced.
Banksters, exactly.
The people that fund the blood of the innocent.
Exactly. You don't think of a ball, you think of banks, right? You think of banking, international trade, right? That's what the word means, right? One world. One world.
Well, actually, when I hear the word globalist, I think they're just a thespian.
I don't know. I got a question. Do you guys reject scientific knowledge and methodology?
No, we don't reject scientific knowledge. That would be foolish.
Yeah, we're not retards.
God made stuff for us to study.
But if you need a belief in the flat Earth theory, in the flat Earth concept, you need a wholesale rejection of that.
What? No. Okay, let me explain something.
Right?
Let me explain something. So when your car breaks down, right? Do you take it to the mechanic and the mechanic says, "Look, I don't know what's wrong with your car. We're gonna try like 5 treatments and see if that fixes it." So he rotates your tires, he changes your spark plugs, He puts a new battery and a new starter and a new alternator on it. Would you ever go back to that mechanic? No. Right? You want to go to the mechanic that's going to use
Can you get to the point instead of doing these examples?
Hold on, bro. This is what I'm saying. You're going to use the mechanic that's going to use a process of elimination to accurately diagnose your car. And when he changes the one part that he thinks broke it, and now it's running again, at that moment you proved using a slight variation of the scientific method. We're not dealing with natural science, but finding the cause to the effect, right? And you're going to fix it and it's going to work again. And it only cost you one part and 1 hour of labor for that one part, right? Because you used the process of elimination very close to being identical to the scientific method, right? So what the scientific method does is it takes all the other hypotheses and puts them on the shelf except for the one that you're using at the time for an experiment. Am I coming through clearly?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so when you manipulate the one cause and you see the effect happening, it's then knowledge, like a light switch, right? You go into a new hotel room, you turn on the light switch to find out what switch goes to what light, right? Right?
Excuse me, what did you say? Sorry.
You're breaking up. Am I breaking up?
Hello?
You're good, Hank.
I think he's
breaking up. So you manipulate one switch, and you find out which bulb goes to that switch. Now you can go into the dark room, and you can theorize and speculate and postulate. Hey, I bet that switch over there. I bet it goes to the kitchen, right? And that one next to it goes to the drain disposal. But you're not going to know until you start testing your hypotheses, right? Does that follow, bro? Does that follow logically?
I was just asking you a simple question, but yeah, okay. Go ahead.
You're breaking up, bro. Okay, so let's say a caveman, he finds water boiling in a hot spring. He wants to know what's causing the water to boil. So he goes home and he has a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat causing the water to boil. So he adds heat to the water, it boils. He takes the heat away, it stops. He adds heat again, and it boils. So this dude just made a naturally observed phenomenon, water boiling. He wanted to know what's the cause, so he got an independent variable. He thinks it's the heat, and then he tests it out. And after he tested it out, he proved that enough heat and enough duration will cause water to boil. So now he knows heat causes water to boil. This is no longer a theory for the caveman. After the experiment, it's called knowledge. That's why we use the word science, because it literally means knowledge.
Why didn't you use knowledge? Why didn't you just say knowledge then?
Oh, bro, you're breaking up so bad. I can't understand you. I just ask you this question. Does that in any way negate the shape of the Earth? How does that not fit in?
The thing I'm trying to say.
It doesn't just... They're not
the thing I'm trying to say. Look, this is what I'm trying to say. You believe in the flat Earth, right? Right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, say it. Mm-hmm.
Look. So look, I'm gonna repeat myself again. So when you are a flat Earth believer, right? It requires that you have a wholesale rejection of scientific knowledge. That's what I'm trying to say, and it's true. Because if you are disagreeing with me right now, you are going against your own concept.
The words you're using is wrong.
Bro, how are you talking to us right now?
You are going against. That's what I'm trying to say. You are going against your whole concept. The whole way you're thinking.
How are you talking to us right now? Are you using technology?
Huh?
How are you talking to us right now? Are you using technology?
I use a microphone.
Are you using technology to talk to us right now?
Yes. What?
All right. Well, that's because of knowledge, right? Right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about
the scientific.
I'm talking about scientific knowledge.
No, I know.
As in
Listen,
what? Let's say astrology. Let's say.
but see, you're using words wrong. The scientific method is not something that anybody owns. All right,
Scientific knowledge is not technology. First of all, that's engineering. Okay, I don't know what you on about.
Is knowledge that is acquired through the scientific experiment method. Okay, and the scientific method is not something anyone owns. It's called common sense. Okay, we put our hand on the fire out, and we move it away. See, this is scientific method. Fire.
That's a scientific method, yes, but not the scientific knowledge surrounding the.
Okay, see the word scientific knowledge. Okay. Can include.
I'm talking about the scientific knowledge of from the earth was from the universe was created till now. Do you get my point?
Scientific knowledge, okay, is a new thing. Okay, like real knowledge that we're talking about is experimenting. Everything is acquired. All knowledge is acquired through experimentation.
So you're putting your methods in a format of scientific methods.
No, well, we're taking it back. Knowledge is something that we human beings, right? This is what we do. We learn and acquire knowledge in our lives. And if somebody has manipulated that, right? If somebody has taken control of that and manipulated it, it's not real knowledge. And no matter how much people call it scientific knowledge or this kind of knowledge, it's what they're calling it that. So you see what we're talking about here? It's not about science, their knowledge. It's about what really is versus what we're being told is science. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because what we have learned through education, there are useful things and things that are real. Real knowledge is being taught to us. But this other pseudoscience, right? This other knowledge is not real scientific knowledge. So when you say scientific knowledge, you have to be specific. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about through experimentation, or are you talking about people like astronomers making stuff up without experimentation? See, so you gotta be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. What we have acquired in our life, right?
There's a different look. I'm looking for it in a different perspective. Not speak about scientific knowledge.
All or nothing. Okay, Flat Earth is discerning what is true and what works, keeping it.
Are you Christian, if I may ask?
If you're a Christian, you should be more into science, because these are the things God created for us, and God's glory is revealed through our learning and acquiring the knowledge of these things. See?
No, we are not.
I gotta quote it for you now, because I gotta quote it for you now. Let me open this.
I don't think anyone here is Catholic, so when you ask if you're Christian, that's what you're asking, is if we're Catholic.
So here's the thing.
You can't only be Catholic being Christian.
Sorry, guys. Give me just a second. In astronomy, cosmology, and theoretical astrophysics, there is zero working hypothesis in any of that. None of it is scientific, as according to the scientific method. It's all pseudoscience. People think that it's in science books, therefore it has to be a derivative of the scientific method. It's not. So there's a difference between science and pseudoscience. Paul talks about it in the Bible, about science falsely so-called. In some translations, it actually says pseudoscience. Right? So we're not talking about pseudoscience here. We're not entertaining it. We're separating belief from knowledge, pseudoscience from science, and fact from belief and fiction. Right? So it's really easy to understand what we're doing here. If I say, hey, bud, you're going to need a new tie rod with that, and you say, show me, why do I need a new tie rod? And then if I get down there and I wiggle your tie rod and it don't move a millimeter, then you don't need a new tie rod. So what we're doing is we're the guys going, hey, let's wiggle that. What happens when you wiggle that? Right? Oh, like it moved. Okay, I just diagnosed you, right? You need a tie rod. But when you wiggle it and it doesn't move, okay, something else must be going on. Let's wiggle something else. And then we wiggle things until we find the cause and effect. That's all scientific method is. It's simple. You do it 1,000 times before you turn 5. I promise. Every single one of you did it. You threw the bottle down. How many times is mommy going to pick up the bottle before she's like, fuck you, kiddo? Just sit there and cry, right?
Yep. So if you can't perform an experiment, then you cannot find if there's a cause and effect. So cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics, and astrology are out.
That was it. That was one way to put in a brighter view.
So there's a narrative out
larger,
there. There's a narrative. There is a narrative that's out there. It says that flat earthers want to take us back to the Stone Age. They want to throw away everything we've learned and start live like Amish people. That's bullshit.
That's where we're going. We're going to be at the Stone Age very soon.
The narrative is to paint flat earthers as these crazy people who want to destroy all knowledge and all this crap. You gotta be careful with that. When you say, "Oh, scientific knowledge," you gotta go against everything. That's not what a flat earther is. A flat earther is a thinker. A flat earther is a discerner of truth and lies. A flat earther is a truther before he was a flat earther. You're curious people who want to know things eventually end up here. You know what I mean? We're not people trying, so you gotta be careful.
They're basically all going against the word of God, to be honest.
No, we're not. How? How so, though? Could you please tell us? How?
No, he's talking about NASA and the way. Yeah, but look, God is working. If you believe in the Bible, God is working. Okay, and you can't say, "Oh,
you can't even see that with a coronavirus.
God has a plan, and everything is going according to His plan."
Say that again on the live stream.
Yeah, if you're a believer.
God's plan or not, Earth measures flat.
It's all written down.
Right, it's written down, but Earth measures flat, which is way better than something merely being written down.
Yeah. 500 years ago, the Earth was flat, and guess what? It didn't bring peace to the world. Yeah. They had their own set of lies to live with. And here we are. People think the Earth is a ball. Well, guess what? It's not going to solve. You know what they're saying about the ball Earth? That is going to unite the world. You know? This is a good reason to lie to people. Why? It's why we can unite and put aside our differences as humans with these silly religions and these silly cultures that divide us. This is the idea of the ball. Well, what was the idea when the Earth was not a ball?
Until you
have a new world order. Yeah.
I often imagine how quickly our differences would vanish if we were faced from an alien threat from outside
they bring
this
out
world.
the aliens, so now you just have to wait for the aliens. If you leave that whole realm, the next step is the aliens.
I occasionally, sorry, go ahead. I just love the way he puts it. He's such an actor. Reagan. Okay, go ahead, Sonny.
He was an actor.
That was it. That's all.
He was an actor. Of course he was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah.
I mean,
he was not a good actor.
Right?
Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Like he wasn't known for his acting. He was known for being president, and he would not have been known for his acting had he not become president.
Well, actually, he was pretty popular in his day. But the point is that's what got him president. But we don't know that because for all we know, somebody already just gave it. You know, they just
Rhinestone Cowboy, right?
Closest.
Let me show you.
We all know that.
Let me show you how.
Movies nobody's heard of. So no, I'm just kidding. Good point.
There's a couple of people in history that should have ran for president, though.
I've seen a picture of him in.
I think John Wayne would have had a shot.
Bohemian Grove.
Wayne would have definitely gotten president. Yep.
Like especially like right before he died, like when he was pretty old.
Hold on a second, Nazaffer. You want to go up to check in real quick, so I can get you checked in, or we can do it here. Here, fine.
Yeah, I was going to.
We used to do
fine.
Nazaffer.
Nazaffer.
Around here for years, hasn't
he?
No, he's.
No,
he's been around here for years. That name has been around here for years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a mic?
Or something to speak through.
What's up, Nazaffer? What's happening, bro? Give us a good word.
Nazaffer.
Hold on, I have to read it. It is
I'm thinking of Nazaffer.
Pronounced Nazaffer.
Nazaffer.
Yep.
Hey,
NASA.
Okay, bud. Well, we're here to talk to you, Nazifer. If you would like to say hi.
No big deal.
Rolling some berry cheesecake. See how this blunt shall be.
Sticky icky.
Indeed.
Yeah, that stuff is great. I love all that cheesecake.
I love cheese.
Called cheesecake.
I love cheesecake, bro. It's such a yeah. Cheesecake, cheesequake, any cheese, anything. I really like it.
I like cheesecake. It's my favorite cake.
No, I actually don't like cheesecake. Talk about cheesecake herb.
I know.
The cheese haters will tell you that it's not.
Cheesecake is
Cheesecake is not cake. I thought you guys were talking about a strain of cannabis.
Yeah, we are talking about a strain of cannabis.
I don't care what cheesecake isn't. It is delicious.
No, it's not. It tastes like cheese.
No, it doesn't. That's the beauty of it.
No, it actually does, bro.
Actually, that is a pretty.
It's just the pH in your body getting all fucked up. You taste it. It's weird.
Nah, man. Look.
Sorry, go ahead.
I buy expensive cheese if I'm gonna make pastries like that mascarpone, right? You know, that's the good cheese. It has no flavor.
Yeah, baby. All those good stuff.
I think the cheesecake strain is a cross between cheese and wedding cake.
Okay, gotcha. Now.
Yeah, it is.
Cheese and wedding cake? Wait. Say it again.
Wedding crasher. That's
that or chem dog and wedding cake, because that's pretty much what
Wedding
cheese
cake.
is. It's the same genes.
Go on Leafly or something. They got all the strains or some shit like that.
The cake.
Wedding cake.
So, are there
So that's
Glovers
like-
around, or sorry?
Zeisis.
Bringing it back.
Zeisis is here. He's pretty chill, cool dude.
I'm not here.
Hey, guys.
Dave's not here, man.
Zeisis, huh?
He chills out at Pandas, so he's.
Oh, Zeisis. So you're used to extra effeminate male energy. I got it.
I mean, back before 3chan and Google Hangouts used to be back there.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Oh, you were on Hangouts?
Before that, even like I was ripping into Dubay before anyone even knew who he was. Pretty much. Me and good old Spaceman and Negator
Oh no,
X.
another one.
Now, what do you reckon about the FlatEarth?
Oh, it's bullshit.
Really?
Where's the bendy water?
All right, let's. All right, who's taking this?
We're gonna get into it. I will. I'll start.
All right, go for it.
Where's the bendy water?
You don't know what you're in for.
All right. So he's a veteran.
It's all
You've
good,
probably
Zeisis.
been arguing this longer than me, Zeisis. So we'll see how this goes. But oh right, Earth measures flat, so you have nothing. Okay.
7
So
years of being totally wrong.
let's see. Everybody asked what's your number one favorite globe proof, so we're gonna have to start with that.
All right. Good question. No math, no NASA, no science. You know what it is?
What's
A child
that?
could see it.
A what?
A child could see it. In fact,
I'm
I've made
sorry. A
children
child's
see it.
perception is not empirical scientific evidence.
No, but it's simple enough that a child could see it.
Okay, and you can talk to that child about what they're seeing.
Yeah.
What is the
Yeah,
child
and what do they
seeing?
say?
And
What do they say?
oh, a scientific method, demonstrably.
No.
without any
They're
sort
not
of-
smart enough. 3-year-old. What? How do you say, hey, 3-year-old?
3-year-old.
What's going on in the
It's an
sky? Is
infant.
the sun moving or are we moving?
Okay, we're gish galloping now.
Ooh, you just can't answer the question. That's why you said I'm gish galloping. It's moving.
Scalloping,
Hold on.
but he doesn't
Hold
know how
on.
to use it.
When you look up to the sky,
You're
is
not
the
letting
sun
me
moving?
answer the question. Answer the question.
Go.
You're not very good at this, are you? Okay, clouds underlit during sunrise and sunset. I can explain that with a globe model. How can you explain that on a flat Earth, on a flat plane? What's the light doing to underlight the clouds during sunrise and sunset?
Oh my god, dude!
The clouds are illuminated. It's not underlit. Next question.
Underlit.
Why does everything need an
Definitely underlit. I can
explanation?
show you,
Illuminated,
show you
not
wonderful
underlit.
photographs that I've
Next
collected
question.
over the last 7 years.
Hold on, guys. I'm almost finished.
Okay, wait.
I want to ask,
Look, dude, if you can explain that, how that would work on a flat plane.
why does everything need an
better than
explanation,
most of
dude?
them. Well, how's it happening? It's a natural phenomena. Physics,
Great, it's happening.
physical,
And is it cool that we can't explain
science,
that?
knowledge.
Is it cool that we can't explain that? No,
perfectly
science
on
doesn't
a globe.
explain everything, dude.
But
And
it
you don't know how
doesn't-
to do this because you didn't let me
How
talk.
does it
See, when I
work?
let you talk. Super.
Right. So Zeisis, the light from the sun is only above the horizon, forever and always. It's never from below the horizon. Period.
He's pretty chill, man. He didn't have to get muted. Like he wasn't. Okay, let's do this 1v1 or something. Bong, you're muffled, so whenever you interrupt Bong, it's really bad. Like
Here's
you're
the thing. I have
interrupting
one more question.
muffling, you know
I have the same question, and then I'm done.
Mic
Zysis. Mic check. Yeah, you sound good. Whoever that was.
Go ahead, Clark.
Zysis. Okay, so does everything in the entire universe require an explanation for it to be true? It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the question I was asking. Sorry. What is my question again? You go ahead and tell me.
Can everything in the universe be explained?
Does everything need an explanation? So like sun in sky, it's moving. That's the only thing that we can take from that observation, that the sun is moving. That's it. Right? I can't prove why or how or any of that stuff. All I see is sun move. Okay? Nothing else needs an explanation for that still to be the case, that the sun moves and the ground doesn't. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, the mountain doesn't move, but the trees do when you're in a car.
When you're in a car.
Yeah, when you're
That's
moving.
the reference frame from inside a
So you
car. Are
could
we in
say
a car
it's-
right now?
you could say it's a parallax effect.
Are we inside of a car right now, you and me together?
I mean, can't you agree with that? That
Are
it doesn't
you
have
in a
to
car with
dictate
me?
that the sun's moving just because it is.
It's called a non sequitur, buddy. We're not in the car together. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, guys.
That was limp.
And I'll work on it just for you, Zysis. Thank you so much for that lesson.
Hey, Zysis, you're just saying because you have explanations, therefore that's your proof.
It's too
without
bad
actually
Okay,
providing any evidence.
It's an explanation and an experiment. There we go. Okay.
I've made
Answer that.
hundreds of people are on the fence about this topic swing the right way. Use their minds.
That's not
The first question I ask is a flat earther is basic. What is the name of the science that measures the shape of the Earth?
What way is that?
Hey, can we do one at a time?
So I can ask a question back, can't I? What is the name of the science that measures the shape of the Earth?
Geometry? What are you talking about?
Geometry? It's geometry, Earth measurement.
I didn't know the shape of the Earth was measured yet.
Yeah. Oh, man, what is the scientific field that is concerned with the shape of the Earth?
How is it a science? What science is this?
Wow, that's weird. So you're a flat earther, but you don't know the science that deals with the
I'm a
shape
flat
of the Earth.
earther.
There is no science that deals in measurement.
There is.
No, there is not.
Wait.
There is no science
not true.
that deals in measurement.
Have nukes, okay?
Wait, one at a time, guys. Hold on. What is, okay? Not why is. Okay.
What is the name of the science that deals with the shape of the Earth?
No. What is the shape of
What
the
are you
Earth?
debating against? Who are you debating against?
Okay, let me do it. Let me do it.
What is the shape of
Okay,
the Earth?
go ahead.
Why can't we see? Why does it look flat? That's not the question. The question is, what is the shape of the Earth? What?
Okay, so you're
Which means
zero. Zysis 2. The answer is
not a
geodesy.
phenomenon that has to be explained.
So you're still at zero now. We're 30 love.
We're talking about observation.
Your question, go. It's called geodesy. Good listeners, a good
my
learner,
God,
man. Come on. Listening? You're listening. Geodesy. Go look it up. Proved you wrong.
Dude, you're not fucking
There is
smart
a
by
science that deals with the shape of the Earth. It's called geodesy.
Oddity. That's what you just said. Hold on, Sophist.
More indoctrinated than everybody
getting
else.
angry.
That is based on a globe Earth. So where is the curvature that your geodesy is based on?
There is no geodesy.
Right, it's called actually known as there's two. It's two. There's what's known as the mean sea level, which is a general line that's used by most surveyors, and then a geodesist will use what's called the geoid.
That's quackery.
Zysis.
You
What
have
is the
wobbling,
radius
you
of
have
the globe
wobbling
Earth?
plumb lines in your paradigm. You're out of your mind. This has been well
Scientists.
documented. We smashed your geodesy to pieces.
Do you know the radius of the globe Earth? Yes or no?
Destroyed.
Bong and Sunny, like, why are you guys talking over each other?
The
man?
photovoltaic effect. You've destroyed that too. You've destroyed
What is
magnetism,
the
gravity.
radius of the ball Earth? Zysis.
Red herring.
Gravity? What's gravity?
Zysis.
When did
You
you
know
measure the
radius
Earth?
of the globe. or no, man?
Oh, about 6 years ago, I went out with a friend who's a surveyor and sat there with his theodolite.
Where's there? Where'd you go? What'd you do?
Can you hear me?
Safeway car park in the end, but
can you hear me?
is that accurate? If you've got the right equipment, really
that's
bad.
not a location.
Bro, can you hear me, dude?
Parking lot? Is that it?
Stop for a second.
We went to a place. We went to a place in the outback called Broken Hill.
Can you hear me?
Bong, bro, what the fuck, man?
Bong, dude, you gotta stop.
Me to shit.
Well, there's too much
Did he?
lag or something. It's not.
I don't
maybe
know.
not your
I'm
fault,
asking what the fucking radius is, and he doesn't fucking answer.
Can you hear
That's
that?
irrelevant.
We're having a conversation.
You're talking about irrelevant
The
information.
radius of the thing we're talking about needing to be measured is irrelevant? How?
It's absolutely irrelevant.
How?
Because
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. If it's
radius
supposed
has
sphere,
no bearing on the shape
you need
of
a
anything.
radius for a sphere. You do need to go back to school, partner.
Okay.
Your sarcasm
No.
is 100, and your knowledge is about 15. You got it?
Okay, so the pyramid, you have to go to Geyser to know what a pyramid is, right?
Oh my God!
What?
Red herring. Red herring. Another red herring.
Do you need to know how many blocks of the Great Pyramids
You
made
don't
of?
know.
Why do you bring up stuff that has nothing to do with the subject, dude?
No, this
You
is.
go fishing with red herrings.
Do you know what an analogy
Oh
is?
my god,
That's
you
crazy,
fucking
man.
The red herring analogy.
The analogy is not empirical
You
evidence.
haven't spent 5 minutes studying geodesy, have you? Not one.
Oh, shut the
not
fuck
one
up.
of you have actually
Okay.
spent
It's
Good.
3
quackery,
minutes of
man.
geodesy.
Quackery.
Said, hey, maybe I could learn this myself instead of watching YouTube videos.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, get
It
the
is
fuck out of
ridiculous.
here with your fucking assumptions. Go cry somewhere else, bitch.
Warbled
Shut the
plumb lines. We were just talking.
All right. Who's doing this? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, somebody needs to take over.
Okay.
Can we do one person against Zysis? Jeez, he's been around since 2015. He's not new.
Really love. Come on, guys, you got to try harder here.
Again, attendance reference isn't helping your masculinity.
So who wants to debate Zysis? One person.
See people chomping at the bit for this.
Bong, you want to take it?
Oh, I got him muted. He was.
I unmuted him. Bro.
Sorry.
You're all fucking spicy.
If you guys mute me, I'm muted. Sorry. I'm not.
You're
I just
unmuted.
want to talk about curvature. That's why. How can you come here and ask us about geodesy and not address curvature? That's all I want.
Correct. Good, Bong. Go there.
ISIS? Or, yeah, still here?
It's got nothing to do with it. Measurements have nothing to do with it.
Well, you're
again,
the one that was...
I'll say it again, okay? I'll say it slowly so you understand it. It has nothing to do with NASA. It has nothing to do with space. It has nothing to do... Hey, you're talking over me, dude. Okay, I know you like the sound of your voice or whatever it is, but I'm trying to answer a question that was given to me. You can easily walk away and just sit there and listen and laugh, and it's entertaining without having to talk. Trust me.
It's not working today, mate. Your gaslighting is not working today. Hey,
You don't need mathematics. You don't need NASA.
And when people are doing
that. So remove all of that. What have you got? What have you got? Okay, the sun's moving. Okay, so the sun, if the Earth were flat,
people.
I was just talking over. I'm not gonna bother.
Stop talking.
The moment I stop talking, he stops.
Oh, I'm not going to stop talking.
Both of you guys are in Australia or something.
The radius is irrelevant. You gaslighting son of a bitch.
Gaslighting?
Yes. I learned that word yesterday. You fucking clever, don't you? Going around saying stupid shit just to get people triggered. But you're bullshit lying.
No, I'm trying to impart knowledge.
You can't focus on Earth curvature.
Self-empowerment. The ability for you to say, I can know this myself without NASA, without mathematics, without establishment, without a king, without a leader, without a religion, without a Bible, just you. Just you and the universe. You and the world around you. You and your reality. You have the tools to decide what your reality is. And it is immutable. Absolutely 100% inarguable.
Yeah, the sun is moving, you're right.
The sun moves, yeah.
Can't argue that shit, you're right.
Okay, so if the sun was moving, now here's something that you guys in the Northern Hemisphere hate. You don't like it. You don't like hearing this.
What?
The sun rises in the what and sets in the what?
It rises in the north and sets in the south.
Right, now you just...
Right, exactly. So why the fuck would you ask me a question like that, bro?
Okay, because in the Southern Hemisphere, the sun rises in the south east.
Hey, thanks, Hank. You hooked me up, man. Now I recognize it so fast.
Well, in the north, that's where it rises.
Sun
from.
rises in the southwest.
Yeah,
It sets in the southeast. I was hoping someone was going to correct me, but
That's still sky stuff.
So how if it's doing a circle, it's not possible. If
I'm not
this
sure.
Earth is flat,
There's
it has
nothing to
be
do with
two
the ground.
suns.
It's just sky stuff.
Some sort of fucked up mystery going on.
So your sun rises from the west, you said? I'm sorry, maybe I misheard that. Did you say that? Did you say that shit?
Say it again.
Sky stuff.
Yours rises in the northeast and sets in the northwest. Ours rises in the south.
That tells us nothing about the ground.
It's not true. I'm in the north. It rises in the southern sky, bro.
Gaslighter.
It's not directly east-west.
No, of course not, because I'm up north.
Right.
For me, I'm up north.
If the Earth were a disc or of any shape, and the sun were doing a circle around the pole, it does. Then setting in the north.
Stop putting words.
Who cares? This is not an Earth.
Stop gaslighting with your
and
assumptions.
stars.
Not gaslighting, man. You need to learn the definition of gaslighting.
No, man, you need to listen. We are not here to talk about the sun. We're not here to talk about the moon. We're not here to talk about the stars. We're here to talk about the Earth. You know the thing that's underneath is not the place where your mind is. Why do you over-talk me? God, you fucking Australians are rude.
Hey, it's not Aussies. It's just these Jim Panda.
Hey, let's. All right, Zeiss. We'll talk to you.
Long before Gem Panda, mate. Long before.
Yeah, Aussie's a bad name, man.
We got a couple new guys in the house. Let's talk to them. We'll get back to this guy.
No, stop that embarrassing
Swixie? What up, Swixie?
I got one question for the new guy, not Zeiss, but whoever we're talking to now.
Swixie,
if we are talking to him. What's up, Swix? Playing Rune Light.
We also have who? Amenity.
Hey, and I want to say, Cyrus, I don't take it personal that you mute me.
Hey, Mods.
No, it's okay, bro. If everyone is talking, I muted you first. I scrolled up to mute Bong, and I found him already muted. So I was gonna establish order in the fucking room.
If I get out of hand,
I was just trying to get order because everybody was like now talking at once.
Yes.
So I thought we were talking to Isis. We're not talking to a guy who's playing video games, right? We're talking to a guy.
I think he's just in listening, so we can continue as Isis if y'all want. I don't know.
Right. So one person, right? Who's going?
I just have a really quick question: is the sky the ground? Go for it.
What am I? Did you pick me up at the front of a high school hitchhiking?
Yes or no question. You need to learn how to do this.
No, I don't need to learn anything from you. I
wasn't asking. Yeah, you do need to learn a lot of stuff. But anyway, the question is just a yes or no. It should be very easy. You know what the words yes and no mean, right?
Do you know what obtuse means?
So, is the sky the ground? Go.
I have no comment.
So, Globers have no idea how to answer questions. Got it. Thanks, dude.
Right, nice rapid generalization. So,
big words. Did you learn those yesterday too?
If woman, therefore vessel for birth.
Did I say that?
Oh, right. Look at this guy.
Non sequitur.
All flat earthers are the same. All globe earthers are the same. You're living within a dichotomy. Do you understand that you're living in a dichotomy?
No.
You are being manipulated through what's known as Fabian socialism.
It's an objective reality that the Earth measures flat.
For your God to exist, there must be an evil. If you live in a black and white universe, therefore you must have an opposite of your belief. You must.
Yes, you are
you are easily manipulated.
Now we're talking about argument styles.
Very easy to manipulate.
Do you want to talk about the Earth?
But you're also very easy to control.
So that's a no. Then you don't want to talk about the Earth and a flat Earth server. What would you like to talk about instead?
No, you guys talk about all kinds of topics. And a lot of people are like hearing that.
Is the topic now.
What is
Okay.
Fabian socialism? What is Fabian socialism?
What the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Everything to do with it.
Fabian socialism.
Fabian society, okay, is one of these secret societies.
Right.
It's the Australian government.
Stop aiming at the chaff. Back to the target, the shape of the Earth.
Let me know if you want to talk about the Earth.
I'm getting there. These people also teach that the Earth is a ball and that there's climate change on this ball and that there's shit that you have to worry about on this ball because resources are limited.
So who is living a false dichotomy versus a dichotomy versus a? I mean, you probably think that terrorists are real and all that shit, right? Right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking where Fabian's society got their ideas from is a dichotomy, and it's known
It's all the same. They all work for the same people.
Dude, let's stick to the earth, man. Yeah, let's not get into politics.
It's known in social engineering. Oh, there's a cult word. As Fabian socialism.
Are you deaf?
Yeah.
He said, "Get back to the earth."
Hell,
yeah, back to your best proof, man. All right, oh no, hold on. You started off with your proof is something so simple a child can see it, but then you never continued, man. So keep on going.
What does it say? Underlit clouds at sunset, sunrise.
Thus curves, yeah.
The sun doesn't rise. 1 second. The sun doesn't rise or set on your globe Earth model. It's just a figure of speech, you numpty. Of course, that's way over your head. You're like at a third grade, incoherent third grade level. My proof.
See, this is just like Gem Panda's channel where you need to call someone stupid to feel better about your show.
No. I'm just not calling you. Don't fucking overtalk me, clown fuck. I just showed why you are a retard. Not just called you a retard. I demonstrated how and why. Get it?
Need to yell at your kid in a candy store.
Sally Snowflake, and get on with your. What is the scientific evidence? Post one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball.
Sunrise and sunset, the clouds are underlit by the
I
sun.
just fucking I debunked that shit.
How curving light? What? What do you got? What do you got for me?
Listen up. In your globe Earth. Okay, I'll just fucking mute your dumb ass. How about that?
Yeah.
So, I'm going to say this one more time. Even in your globe Earth fairy tale model, which you don't have, sunrise and sunset are figures of speech. Do you get me now, sunshine? Did you hear that? Is that coming through? So there's your fucking proof. It's nothing. It's idiotic. You argue like fucking Sally. Now, please post one shred of scientific evidence. Please post one shred of scientific evidence. This is a reasonable question, since we've been told for the past 6 years that in order to believe in the flat Earth, we must deny all of physics and science. Therefore, you guys must have all the scientific evidence. So, please post one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion with dandelions and rose petals all around it.
Clouds are underlit during sunrise and sunset.
What?
Scientific knowledge. Clouds are underlit during sunrise and sunset.
Clouds are underlit. This is 2015 argument. Hold on. This is the 2015 argument. I just had a show on this. Did you know that?
That's what I said. Shit.
That debunked this horse shit. Didn't you know that? Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. It's hard. It's barely tolerable listening to you.
He said radius is irrelevant, QE. This guy said measurements don't matter.
He's got his snowflake Sally hat on. Go back to Gem Panda server, Sally.
Yeah. You still sucking on that crow's guy's dick or what?
No flake, Sally.
Know the radius.
You got to put your snivel gear on.
Are you still going by
fucking clown?
8 inches.
Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still going by 8 inches per mile squared?
No,
yeah, that's your fairy tale religion.
Do you do that?
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared drop.
Okay, use your math.
Okay, just go on deaf, on mute and deaf. You don't need to hear what we're talking about either. Get the fuck out of here. Clown fuck.
Fuck out of here.
Dumbest motherfucker in here got diarrhea of the mouth. His best proof. Get the fuck out of here. Before I slap you.
Yeah.
Half a sissy.
Holy shit.
He's a gaslighter. He's been in here saying stupid shit to piss me off. I was trying not to fucking lose my shit. Lucky I got muted.
Bong, you lost your shit, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, thanks for muting me, man. Shit, I was losing. Fucking gaslighters.
Cyrus, I'm surprised you put up with his shit.
Oh, dude, the room was fucking madness. I didn't even get to talk to the guy. Everyone got triggered. Everyone. He's like, measurements are...
So listen to what he said. Geodesy is the science of accurately measuring and understanding the Earth. Right? That was the science that he was bringing up. But the radius doesn't matter?
Fucking badminton is more science than geodesy does.
What, did he take a couple of years off since 2015 and just
No.
back on course?
No, you got it. All his arguments are 2015 or shit.
Like, what are you, some kind of noob? Like, catch up, noob.
Yeah, right.
Refraction.
Yeah, get with refraction.
Shaking my head.
Oh, that's right. It was Glober's Shadow. That's the show I just had. What a numpty dipshit.
Hey, man, your notifications aren't coming up. I unsubscribed, resubscribed with the notification. It's not coming up.
That shit's been that way for about the past 4 years now.
I used to get them, like last year.
But generally with everyone, because I get some I don't get. I'm not talking about for me. It just depends. It's so sporadic and random that it's been an issue for how long? It's been an issue for many years, man.
But if you post it here, I get the notifications. Just at us, and I'll come watch.
Well, shit, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that I'm on every Tuesday afternoon at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and every other Saturday at 1 or 2 o'clock. So, you can machine gun that.
I don't even know what day it is. Is it Sunday here?
I could almost sense QE was here that time. The way that when the warbling plumb lines came up in geodesy, I was like, "That's quackery." And then all of a sudden, I looked down. There's QE. I was like, "Holy shit!"
I didn't hear that part, man.
Language. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that.
Well, I brought up the warbling plumb lines because we had just had a conversation earlier today about geodesy. So, yeah, for someone to come out and say that curvature measurement is not important, very suspicious. And something they're trying to say is a ball.
And the crowd goes wild, right?
Oh, so it's a distorted ball. Oh, okay, so it has warbling plumb lines, so everything is...
So Cyber Blitz, what's Cyber Blitz saying? The Discord link to your Discord is busted. Oh, really? Underneath the description of my video? Let me try it. If it's not one thing, it's another.
Dead internet theory. See?
Let's
dead
see.
Links. They're creating dead links.
Yeah, right.
Millions of them.
Let's see if he's correct. He might be. Frequently watch. Where's the Ballbusters Discord link? Okay, let's see if it works.
Sorry. Couldn't help. Seemed like a good time for a timer.
Discord app launch. No, that launch, that works.
Okay.
Try that again, Cyber. Are you talking about, is he in here? Or she? Are they in here?
Yeah,
Cyber
Blitz is in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I just I joined your Discord, but like before I was in it, I was looking for the link, so I went to your latest video, and the link, it wouldn't take me to the Discord. It just like, it just showed nothing really.
The
It took me to Discord.
Okay, so what video?
Your latest. I'll get you the one that does work. That I went. It was one of your older videos. But your newer ones, they don't work for new accounts joining apparently. But
what?
That's what I found out.
That's sort of.
Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Hold on a second. Let me go to. I'll go to one of the latest videos. Sorry to hold that. This will be over relatively quickly. Ballbusters. So I just had a Ballbusters. My last video was QE Live Open Panel. You must be talking about that one because that was the last one. Let me check it. Let me just copy it and give it to somebody and see if that see if they can hit it. So it's the same link under all my videos, though. It doesn't matter what video it is. Here,
right. What I was going to say, it's probably because you had a new account. And when you click on the link and it sends you to the store and then you download the app and then you make a new account, it breaks the link, right? Because you're going to a different place to get set up. That's probably what he's talking about.
Let me PM. Who's got their PMs open? Because I don't want to put it in here.
You can send it to me, QE. I'll check it out for you.
Okay. And just give me a yay or nay, Hank, and you guys can continue with the discussions, man. Sorry about that.
ISIS. Sending me messages. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Still works. Takes you to the Ballbusters live stream, right? Hopefully.
Yes, it definitely worked.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Now to deal with ISIS.
Yeah, thank you, QE. I appreciate it.
Yeah. If those links are bad, I like when people tell me because it does happen.
Well, no, I didn't get any links. I was talking about you dealing with the gamma. I couldn't get a word in. Every time I would say 3 words, he would start talking over me.
Yeah, that's what they always do. That's the only recourse that they have. Oh, guys, make sure you watch. I just put a video from Nathan Oakley. It's a short video. Make sure you watch that. From it's called The Globetard Pig Liar. It's classic. I'm telling you, make sure you watch it.
You put it in the live stream?
I think I did.
There you go. I got it. Hold on. Let me copy that. Right
yeah, spam that everywhere, Sonny, for me, please. It's really good. Make sure you guys, after the show's over, make sure you watch it.
Do you mind if I use your YouTube account as part of my community?
Yeah. QE? Yeah, that's no problem. I don't have a problem with it. Yeah.
All right, because I'm streaming sometimes, and it'd be nice to have people like link back to other resources besides just the ones I know.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I put it on my liked on my channel, and I put it as a liked video, and so everyone that subscribes can see all my liked videos. All almost 500 subscribers. Oh boy, it only took 5 years.
Yeah, I'm working on 100.
I had 500 subscribers before I had any content.
Interesting.
No, before I had a YouTube channel, they subscribed to me.
Yeah, you know what? My fifth year Flat Earth anniversary is coming up in March. Yeah, March 27th, wow. I think it is. March 27th. Yeah. 2017. I remember the day.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, these donkeys.
So it's coming up 5 years. Wow, who would have thought, man? Amazing. What a journey. Yeah. So. It's super warm here, man. It's craziness. It was 87 degrees today. It's gonna cool down to 78 tomorrow. That's still hot as hell, man.
The hell is this? Is this the Weather Channel?
It's the Weather Channel. Stay tuned for the sunny report from the West Coast. I know Kiwi loves to hear that shit.
It's funny. Every time I come in here and everyone's off topic, I always hear other people say, "Hey, let's get back to the Earth." Do you guys just do that when I pop in, or does that happen all the time?
No, we're constantly doing it. We're going to do it right now. Let's get back to the Earth. Right, we're back on the topic of Earth. So you want to come in, everybody come on in and talk about QE wants to talk to you. So
QE wants to talk to you.
Calling on anybody that wants to talk about the Earth. And I didn't say, I don't want to say that.
So Plums has a question from the chat. So who's Plums? Plums in here? I don't think Plums is in here, Lauren KB. Get him in here. The night is still young. It's only 8:57. Damn. I like. Hey, rookie 19. I like that little. Is that who do they call him? Scooby what?
Scrappy Doo.
Scrappy Doo, right? Is that Scrappy Doo?
Yep. Scrappy. One of my favorites.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. That's good, Adam.
That is a good one. I like that.
Real quick, just to address Vegas Blaze on D Live. No, I don't think the flat Earth is a psyop. I think the inner Earth is a psyop. The hollow Earth. That's why you're seeing it on all these movies, but you'll never see flat Earth in a movie.
Not yet.
And this is what he has. This is what he sent.
I think we'll be seeing some flat Earth stories coming out very shortly here.
Northern Rebellion. That used to be true until the sextant proof came out. He says every globe proof ever begins with the assumption of a sphere. This one begins with the knowledge of a flat Earth. They have to commit to flat Earth. It's the only one. But you're correct. Before the sextant, you're correct.
Yeah, and a court of law would say that's slam dunk, that's without a shadow of doubt. Sextant.
Yeah.
They
have to, because the first thing you do is get an elevation angle using a sextant, and to get an elevation angle, you must have a flat Earth. Not
as much as they've already tried to weasel out of that thus far, they haven't gotten very far.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Now they're denying that there's trigonometry, triangles, triangulation,
And that's other things that we had to teach them. Yes.
Yeah.
So
They
go
have to
on.
deny it
Go
now.
on.
They got to wholesale deny all of that because, and they give sextant challenges and they always start out with giving you the angle. They have to bypass getting the angle. They can't do that. It's hilarious, man.
They can't face up to the horizontal. What the hell? Who would have thought that who would have thought that we'd end up realizing that we're in a world like that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Sextant argument's good. You got to be on. You got to know what you're doing. It's real easy, right? You pull a sextant out. The only thing it does is get elevation angles. That's all it does. But to get that elevation angle, you got to have a flat Earth. It's over, right? It's all over. See, ballers can't even think of a sextant conceptually because it's a paradox with their religion. They can't even speak. They can't even acknowledge its existence. That's how bad it is.
See,
right now, they're through.
One thing I remembered from actually taking these shots when we do the horizon, the one thing you have to like calculate for is your height above sea level, above the water, like you're on a ship.
Yeah, but that's the next thing.
Yeah. So you take that. You have to. So you don't have a like. That's how you know you have a horizontal. The horizon is the horizontal.
Yeah, but you can't. That's the next step, Sonny. That's the next step is the dip correction. Don't worry about that.
Right.
They can't even pick. You're not getting it. They can't even pick it up.
I know they can't. They can't. They can't lift up the sextant too heavy because they're on a curve.
Nope. They can't even acknowledge its existence.
Yeah. Yes.
That's how bad it is for him now.
Tough questions, eh?
It's bad. Listen to the pig liar. See what happens to him. It's bad, dude. It's bad.
Entertaining. Sometimes I used to watch it. Like I used to watch some of the numpty listen to numpty clips on Saturday mornings. I'd always get a chuckle. Like we'll start the day belly laughing.
This one's bad. He gets busted lying. Literally. In text, I put the case against him. It's somebody Nathan prematurely ejaculated my case against this numpty in the pre-show before I got there, but it was well warranted. Wait till you listen to what happened. And then listen to you got to listen to this. This is a part from the pre-show. And then it is Flat Earth Debate 1590. 1590. Go listen to that right now. I'm telling you. It's fucking bad, dude. Bad for them. Let me go get it. I know, because everyone's damn lazy. Videos. 15.
Really, it's already in there.
What you talking about, Willis?
You're so slow, Willis. Hurry up, old man. Sorry.
What? Are my boys not taking good care of their butt?
That one right there. So,
a different one. What?
Yeah, it's in combination with the Globe Liar. That's the pre-show of 1590. So watch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Listen to both of them, and look out, man.
Directly below the star. Is this guy this guy shouldn't even have his fucking permission to breed.
No, you got to listen to this, man. I'm telling you, don't just take this little piece. Oh, by the way, somebody gave me this this is a post he made in 24/7 that contradicts what he was saying in the beginning. It's bad. You got to listen to it, dude. Tell you. Get ready. Yeah, it's all over.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Never mind.
There's a natural mystic flowing through the air.
The hell up.
If you answer to me, please beware.
Crosso, crasso, crocko, cracko.
How have you been, brother?
What's up, man? What's up? You disappear. You come and then disappear for 8 months and then come back and then disappear.
I ain't got married, bro. Sorry.
That's your life, man.
Yeah, man. You missed me. You noticed that I was gone.
No, I didn't say that.
I've been told you've been telling people you missed me, so...
I miss people not doing their own work.
Nah, where's your work? What's been going on up here then? Any shenanigans? I just got like 3 DMs saying Q's up in here all causing a fucking ruckus and shit.
It wasn't me, man. I came in, they thanked me for getting rid of the numpty.
Oh, okay. Who's the numpty?
I think his name was something like Zeisis retard.
That's a YZ ISIS type thing. Zyxis, yeah.
It's ISIS from FreeChan from 2015.
No way.
Yeah, that's him.
No. And his best proof is did he stay back here in 2015?
Still a 2015 argument.
Yeah, I don't think you ever went into FreeChan a whole lot, did you?
Yeah, a couple here and there. Yep.
Yeah, he went to Geodesy.
Yeah, he's the one always bringing up Geodesy. He was the resident Glober, and I was the resident Flatty. And then when Issa started coming around the circuit, he kind of took over FreeChan for me, and I went to the debates.
I thought I recognized that numpty voice.
Yep. Arguing with the same fools.
What we were just talking about? Yep.
Yeah, his best proof was Sunrise and Sunset QE.
Clouds light up at the bottom when the sun goes down.
Pretty weak sauce. Pretty weak.
Oh, that's what I was going to do with his little sun bullshit. I just had a show on that the other day. Let's go. It's real quick. We're not going to do the whole show, so I'll just show you. No pun intended. All right, where'd you go? Where'd I put that? I called it Globe Earth Shadow. I did the Creedence Clearwater. Globe Earth Shadow! All right, so let's see if I can put these all in at once. There's 4. I bet you I can't. No, what up?
We should just
try to get around that.
We should just play some of this stuff. No, I don't want. No, that might rump us to Saturday night. Saturday night's pretty good.
Hold on. I'm going to get this. I'm beating the system. Shut up, Sonny. I'm beating the system.
Yeah, we know you are. I'm just I'm discussing amongst ourselves. Oh, wait a minute. There's P Drinking Buddy back again. P Drinking.
Hey, hold off. I'm in the middle of almost presenting something there, Sonny.
I know you are.
Okay.
So I'm rumpusing.
So at 9:09, at 9 minutes after the hour, check this out. So we this is their idea, right? That the sun over their ball is starting to set, which it doesn't set. But anyway, you get the idea that it shines and then lights underneath the clouds, right? And their picture, poster card picture, is that of Mount Rainier right there, right? Everyone's seen this, right? If that be true, then go to the third depiction where there is no mountain. Let's say you're looking over and there's no mountains in the foreground. Go to the 4th picture. That would have to be what you see at every sundown.
But give me a split sec.
Shout out to P-Brain and Taboo Conspiracy who just exposed this about, it was about 2 weeks ago.
Huh. Just put under the scrutiny of geometry itself, eh?
A little well, duh. I never really got into this argument. I thought it was stupid to begin with. Just perspective type of issues. I'm not big on perspective, but they really hammered it.
That's pretty
Too funny.
That is.
That's it. I'm done, Sonny. You can move on. Go to your whoever the next stiff.
Yeah, what are we moving on to? Anybody else? You didn't have a chance to talk to Nazifer, though.
I thought it was somebody else that had something. That's all right. Go ahead.
Anybody else?
I told you it was going to be quick.
Hank Hill, guy thing. Hey, you know what? Welcome, Hank Hill, new moderator. Thanks.
Best.
Thank you for
congratulations.
the service that you do here. You deserve to be so. Congrats. Mm-hmm.
Best mod we've ever made.
Yep.
Yeah, there goes the town.
New sheriff.
Nah, we lost the town a couple months ago, bro.
A new sheriff's in town. Nah, I'm just,
what's going on, guys?
Don't do it, dude. Don't open it.
Don't do it, dude.
Hey, Nito.
Yeah.
That's
I like you, Nito.
What's going on, bro?
Nito, you're a globe earther, okay.
Oh,
yeah. Somebody taught him about the globe or whatever.
Were we talking to you drinking? Sorry, never mind. I don't want to be rude. Go ahead, folks.
You're drinking? No.
No, not me. Hell no.
I make it a general rule to, sometimes I drink on the weekends, and it is Saturday, so yeah.
General rule, right on.
I'm a general in the rules. The rule is a general. I generate rules. The general.
It's fucking crack.
The hell up.
The seal mile. See for
Dylan, are you waxing like romantically, or what's going on with you? You're all
I'm waning, sharp. I'm waning, bruh.
Waning.
I was gonna say he's probably half waning, half whack.
Waning world.
It's always mysterious.
Wayne's world.
A lot of people muted up in here. And
yeah, it's weird, right?
They're just doing it on by themselves. That's the self-mute.
That's discipline.
All of those people are a figment of your imagination, and you cannot prove that they exist.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, dude.
I'm not all those people. I'm just me. Sorry.
That's discipline, man.
No, space-time is a figment of your imagination. You can't prove that it exists.
It's just
Who
the
else do
army.
I know in here?
I'm just waiting.
Oh, it's good old, it's good pea drinker. Oh, yeah.
So, Nito, did you bring any proof of the globe?
I'm not here to argue that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, okay, but do you think it is a globe?
Yeah, I can assume it's a globe.
You can.
Space-time in the room with you right now?
Okay, yeah. Did you bring any of this proof to back the assumption?
You need a license to assume that or something?
I guess I could talk about my strongest proof. I mean, either or, like, it's not going to affect my life, like, what shape the Earth is.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that's
It can be flat.
It's going down in flames.
That's to be seen. That's to be seen. We can figure that out later. Go ahead, give us your proof.
Okay, so my favorite one specifically is, are you guys familiar with how...
You can't even.
You are evil, dude. Get out of here, Nito.
No, I swear I'm being legit.
What? Okay.
I just know immediately after I say this shit, you guys are gonna be like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Wow. Okay.
I like me.
Listen, they always say nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you guys, well, I'm sure someone in here is familiar with like primary and secondary waves from like earthquakes.
PNS waves.
There you go. That's why I started laughing. You get it now.
Apply that to a flat model, and you just have entry and exit points that would look like an upside down tree.
Okay, you've piqued my interest. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the only the angle of incidence.
Of what?
It kind of leans toward the fact that the Earth is
but that's if you presume that it's plotted out that's if you presume the exits of the waves are plotted out onto a spherical ball, right? So it then looks like it makes a spherical ball shape because these divergent parts of the rays and the refractions of the rays, the P waves and S waves, should I say, as they permeate through the different mediums and they change angle. But if you were to presume that was on a flat plane, then you would have something almost looking like there's a root system of a tree pointing up.